Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished representatives from UN agencies, major groups, and other stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. I'm international TV presenter Ali Aslan, and on behalf of the German Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, and Nuclear Safety, it is my great pleasure indeed to welcome you all to today's high-level conference titled Water Dialogues for Results, Accelerating Cross-Sectoral SDG 6 Implementation. Today's event, in many ways, is the culmination of the Water Dialogues process in 2021, a process which many of you know has been initiated by the German Ministry for the Environment on behalf of the German government. We are very much looking forward today to hear from distinguished speakers from all over the world. In fact, we will take a tour through a wide variety of time zones with international speakers who through video messages and live statements will provide us with valuable contributions on the very important topic of water and sanitation. And now, without further ado, to kick off today's event, it is my great pleasure to hand over and give the floor to the chair of the Water Dialogues and today's conference, of course, the German Minister for the Environment, Nature Conservation, and Nuclear Safety. Wonderful to have her with us. Minister Svenja Schulze, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the Water Dialogue for Results high-level conference. Water is the most essential foodstuff of all. People, animals, and plants cannot exist without water, and farmers would have no harvest and no businesses could not produce anything. A reliable water supply and good sanitation are a central precondition for sustainable development. The goal of this conference is to help speed up implementation of water-related sustainable development goals of the 2030 agenda. With the Water Dialogue, the Federal Environment Ministry is supporting the International Action Decade on Water for Sustainable Development on behalf of the German government. This conference marks the start of the preparations for the midterm review of the decade in 2030-2033. Ladies and gentlemen, just a few weeks ago, I presented our national water strategy. Water resources are increasingly coming under pressure, even in economically strong and traditional water-rich countries like Germany. And the water strategy set out precautionary measures in order to ensure shortages and conflicts of use do not arise. At global level, the challenges are far greater. A rising global population, increasing agricultural production and economic growth are increasing both water pollution and demand for water. More and more people are moving in urban areas. Supplying them with drinking water and sanitary facilities is an enormous challenge. And water shortage and pollution are threatening biodiversity. Many habitats, animals and plant species are critically endangered. And many countries do not have enough clean water for hygiene. And this is crucial for people's health, particularly given the growing risks of pandemics. Climate change is altering rainfall patterns. There is often either too much or too little water, and extreme events like floods and droughts are becoming more common. We want to tackle the many facets of the global water crisis together. However, we still do not have a coordinated global approach to do this. One thing is certain, neither lessons learned nor measures in individual sectors will be enough to overcome this vast challenge. This is precisely where the Water Dialogue steps in sustainable protection of global water resources and ensuring a reliable water supply requiring cooperation across all sectors, political levels and borders. Unfortunately, no significant progress has yet been made on achieving SDG 6, and that is why Germany has brought together political decision makers from all corners of the globe, technical experts and representatives from business and civil society for the water dialogues. A key message and policy recommendations were formulated in regional forums and roundtables. The messages are intended to encourage unconventional and cross-sectoral solutions, and this should help significantly accelerate implementation of the United Nations water-related goals ahead of the midterm review in 2023. The 5 key messages picked up on the 5 factors identified by UN Water to speed up implementation of SDG 6 of financing, data and information, capacity development, innovation and governance. And I would like to briefly introduce the key messages. The first message is that it cannot be done without money. That is why financing to accelerate implementation of the water-related goals has to be on a broad basis. Government funding alone is not enough to close the financing gap, and governments have to create a framework that enables other investors to get involved, like banks, the private sector, international cooperation and civil society. And second, solid, detailed data for better decision-making is equally important. Modern technologies and new data sources help to accurate and analyze the starting position and develop a tailor-made solutions. This is the only way to address complex challenges, and this is why governments have to invest in monitoring and data processing, for example. And third is knowledge transfer and capacity development are key for success. We need partnerships between national and local governments, business and education providers in order to support capacities precisely where they are needed. Fourth, openness to innovation is a prerequisite to be able to combat water scarcity. We need traditional and indigenous knowledge just as much as technological and digital innovations. Combined, they can help us protect our water resources and, for example, make industry and agriculture more efficient. And fifth, water needs good, strong governance. The more scarce water becomes, the more likely is it that there will be competition and conflict over use. In order to avoid this, cooperation between different levels of government, domestic, cross-border and multilateral, has to be strengthened and enhanced. Only by doing this, we can protect our water bodies, manage water demand and ultimately safeguard human rights. The German government is committed to ensuring that water stays at the top of the United Nations agenda and in the long term and is strengthened by the establishment of a United Nations Special Envoy on Water. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage all governments that haven't already done so to support these messages and continue the dialogue together. It is up to us governments to create framework conditions and channels that facilitate the involvement of important groups and relevant stakeholders at all crucial levels. This is also one of the lessons I have learned from our national dialogue on water. Without everyone doing their bit, without an openness to learning about the challenges and solutions of sectors, countries, cities and municipalities, we will not achieve the water-related goals or requirements of the 2030 agenda. With our support, the key messages and policy recommendations of the Water Dialogue for Results will enrich the Water Action Decade, also with a view to the midterm review in 2023. Only together can we turn this dialogue into results and make SDG 6 a success story. I hope this conference will encourage and inspire us all on this path, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister for the Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety, Svenja Schulze, for your opening remarks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as Minister Schulze correctly pointed out, accelerating cross-sectoral action cannot be achieved by one country, one ministry, or one stakeholder group alone. And today's conference will very much highlight and emphasize the need for cooperation, multilateral efforts, and joint action. In this first part, we want to set the scene by connecting the water dialogues to the broader process of preparing for the midterm review of the International Decade for Action, which has been initiated by Tajikistan. And it is therefore my great pleasure and delight indeed to give the floor to the Tajikistani Minister of Foreign Affairs of Tajikistan, Sirojiddin Muhriddin, to speak about the Water Action Decade and its midterm review conference in 2023. Minister, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, dear participants, I would like to start by thanking the German Federal Ministry for Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety for convening this high-level conference and inviting me to speak. It's good to see that the water dialogues have brought together decision makers, scientists and experts from governments, UN entities, financial institutions, NGOs and other stakeholders with the objective to overcome business as usual and thinking is silos in order to propose cross-sectoral actions to accelerate SDG 6 implementation. Dear colleagues, it is well known that water plays a key role in achieving SDGs, but today's rapidly changing world is significantly increasing pressure on this vital resource. The world has not yet had time to properly respond to the impact of climate change, population growth, urbanization and other challenges on water resources when a new pandemic, COVID-19, struck a new blow on this sector. The unprecedented financial and economic crisis as a result of this pandemic put countries, especially developing and least developed ones, in such a condition that they were forced to reallocate their main financial resources against this crisis by reducing fundings in other sectors, including in water. Meanwhile, COVID-19 has shown that water, sanitation, and hygiene are very important in the fight against this pandemic, and we need to think our vision and strategies on water to ensure a secure future, since according to some experts, new pandemics with an even more negative impact than COVID-19 can await us ahead. I believe the upcoming UN 2023 Water Decade Conference will be a unique opportunity to do this. This will be the second UN conference on water after almost 50 years, which already indicates a growing understanding of the importance and significance of water for achieving the SDGs and our lives as a whole. The expectations of the world community for this conference are very high, and we need to be properly prepared for it. We must hear everyone, see every little thing, analyze our previous visions, approach and actions, foresee all the challenges, and based on this develop a new strategy and action plan for the medium and long-term period. This in turn requires a comprehensive and inclusive approach that engages all stakeholders, including women and youth. Tajikistan and Netherlands, as co-chairs of this very important high-level event, as well as DESA, which serves as the secretariat of the conference, are committed to ensure such an approach in its preparation and conduct, and to make it successful. We are working together in this direction and invite all of you, distinguished participants of the Bonn dialogues, as well as other interested parties, to join this process. Excellencies, Tajikistan, as an active member of the United Nations, is an author of 8 water-related UN General Assembly resolutions, including one on declaring the International Decade for Action Water for Sustainable Development, which is on the focus of today's high-level meeting. These global initiatives have facilitated active involvement of all stakeholders in water resources management, help to implement projects aimed at improving access to safe drinking water and sanitation, and promoting cutting-edge technologies and innovations. Over this period, we made every effort to expand cooperation and partnership, build appropriate mechanisms for interaction and dialogue to find best solutions in management and preservation of extremely diminishing freshwater resources in our planet. At the same time, as initiator of 2 water decades, we have made a significant progress in implementing these initiatives and gained a valuable experience which is crucial in tackling water-related challenges. We are proud that our country, Tajikistan, was able to contribute to the advancement of water issues on the international level and make water one of the priority issues of the global agenda. We will double our efforts in this direction because water is our life, it is our future. In this context, the government of Tajikistan will continue providing a platform through its biennial conferences for policy dialogue, partnership and action by organizing with the support of the United Nations and other partners high-level international conferences throughout the Water Action Decade, known as Dushanbe Water Process. We will do our utmost to ensure that Dushanbe Water Decade Conference in 2022, which is considered by UN as a main preparatory meeting of the UN 2023 Water Conference, becomes a successful event through participatory and inclusive approach. Dear participants, we are on the eve of global changes to make the post-COVID-19 world a better and more resilient one. Of course, water will stay to play a key role in this. UN 2003 Water Decade Conference provides a unique opportunity to demonstrate our unity and solidarity, as well as our determination and commitment to make water a top priority on the global agenda. I am confident that today's high-level dialogues, as part of the preparatory events for this conference, will contribute to this process. I wish all of us success along this way. I thank you for your attention.
Water is our life, water is our future, says the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Tajikistan, Sirojidin Muridin. Thank you so much for your remarks. And we just heard from one of the co-hosts of the midterm review of the Water Action Decade, Tajikistan. Now, let's bring in the second co-host of the 2023 conference and welcome the Vice Minister for International Cooperation of the Netherlands, Ms. Kitty van der Heijden, who will share with us her insights on the importance of accelerated action on SDG 6. Ms. van der Heijden, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, everything starts with water. When NASA scans the universe for signs of life, its strategy is to follow the water, because water creates an environment that sustains and nurtures life. It is the foundation of all living things. And that is why I'm glad to speak to you today here at the Water Dialogue for Results High-Level Conference. And I would like to thank Germany for hosting this important meeting. Its urgency is clearly demonstrated by the latest UN Progress Report, which raised the alarm about the growing number of water crises around the world. In order to reach the SDG targets for 2030, we need to quadruple our efforts on water, sanitation and hygiene. This means rapidly accelerating our efforts on SDG 6 and all other water-related SDGs. Now, fortunately, the Global Acceleration Framework provides us with a crucial guiding document to do just that. I'm happy to see that the policy recommendations presented in this afternoon offer us even more concrete opportunities and options for action. Options like developing and strengthening capacity. A good starting point is listening to local champions. We can adopt the lessons they learned through integrated approaches and new partnerships for sustainable progress. We also need to optimize and scale up finance, improve and mainstream data use, and foster innovation. Today's high-level meeting is an excellent place to kickstart all of this. It's also an important stepping stone in the lead-up to the 2023 UN Water Conference, which the Netherlands is organizing together with Tajikistan. In order to achieve the much-needed acceleration, the 2023 conference needs to be a true game changer. And changing the game sometimes means bringing on new players. So in order to speed up our game, we need to become far more inclusive. We need to truly involve all stakeholders, public and private, young and old, elites and marginalized. We need to radically change the way we value water and the way we manage it. And finally, we need to deliver results, locally but also internationally, by scaling up investments and taking concrete steps towards achieving all the water-related SDGs. In the run-up to 2023, the entire water community will need to step up its game in order to get back on track for SDG 6. This means more money, capacity, innovation, better use of data and improved governance. So I would like to call on all of you to help raise ambitions, to pledge concrete commitments and to make today a success. Because ultimately, everything depends on water. Thank you.
Everything starts with water, everything depends on water, says the Vice Minister for International Cooperation of the Netherlands, Kitty van der Heijden. Thank you so much for your remarks. Well, as we just heard, coordination and acceleration go hand in hand. Our next speaker very much personifies and embodies this understanding. He's none other than the chair of UN Water, a technical coordination mechanism of the United Nations for all water and sanitation matters. And it's now my great pleasure to hand over to the chair of UN Water and the president of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, Mr. Gilbert Umbo, who's joining us live. Mr. Umbo, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. Excellencies, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Germany for convening the water dialogues for results. UN Water is glad to be part of this steering committee, and I would like to thank you for the thorough preparation for today's discussion. When we think about it, the word results is well chosen. It is derived from a Latin expression meaning to spring forward. And that is exactly what we need. What we need to do in the world of water. We need to work much faster, and the pandemic has made this plain for all of us. The world is falling short of the trajectory needed to hit the SDG 6, and I thank the Minister of Environment of Germany for precisely insisting on this point. Last year, UN Water's integrated monitoring initiative for SDG 6 worked with more countries to gather more data. We now have better intelligence to guide our efforts. There is some good news to report. More people have access to water and sanitation services. There is more data on fresh water and more advanced laws and institutions. But overall, the SDG 6 progress report clearly shows how far off track we are. This is not a criticism of the quality of our work. There is simply too little of it. Today, 2 billion people lack safely managed drinking water. 3.6 billion live without safely managed sanitation, and 2.3 billion people, almost 1/3 of the world population, lack basic hand washing facilities at home. Around the world, only 56% of households' wastewater is treated. And in the absence of water quality data, we fear that over 3 billion people are at risk because the health of their rivers, lakes, and groundwater is simply unknown. Meanwhile, more than 2 billion people live in water-stressed countries. Only a handful of countries reported transboundary agreements over rivers, lakes, and aquifers, and 1/5 of the world's rivers are experiencing rapid change. We must work faster. In some areas, up to 4 times faster if we want to meet our SDG 6 commitment. That's why last year, UN Water launched the SDG 6 Global Acceleration Framework to mobilize action across government, civil society, the private sector, and the UN. The framework is a unifying initiative to drive progress through 5 accelerators: financing, data and information, capacity development, innovation, and governance. Since its launch, it has triggered new collaborations and partnerships. Let me highlight 3 examples. First, on 9 July, in a few days, under the coordination of the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs and the UN Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, we will share progress on the SDG 6 Capacity Development Initiative to give countries more comprehensive support. Second, the Water and Climate Coalition mobilizes a community of actors in different sectors under the leadership of the World Meteorological Organization. And thirdly, the UN Children's Fund, UNICEF, and the WHO, the World Health Organization, have launched a hand hygiene initiative to combat the spread of COVID-19. In addition to the UN family, countries, businesses, non-governmental organizations, and civil society are all playing a role within this framework. Many of the actions recorded show that addressing SDG 6 also helps progress toward other SDGs and the whole 2030 agenda. For example, many people now realize the importance of cutting water consumption by the fashion industry, or that intergenerational work in rural areas can help deliver better quality drinking water. Much like this conference, the SDG 6 Global Acceleration Framework is a way to inject momentum ahead of 2023, when we will convene for the midterm comprehensive review of the implementation of the International Water Action Decade. When you think about it, the first UN conference on water and sanitation in almost 50 years, 50 years. Ladies and gentlemen, let me wrap up with a simple analogy. Let's suppose that the water crisis was happening in our own homes or our neighborhoods. If the water supply failed, we will make it a top priority to fix it. If our toilet broke, we will act quickly. If our streets flooded, we will work together, and chances are we will want to rebuild our communities in ways that ensure it doesn't happen again. Friends, let us do on a global scale what we will do in our own home and communities. Thank you so much.
We must work much faster to meet the SDG 6 commitments, says the chair of UN Water, Mr. Gilbert Unbo. Thank you so much for joining us live and for highlighting the many challenges that still need to be tackled. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the scene is set, and we now take a closer look at the need for cross-sectoral SDG 6 acceleration. We will now hear from different countries and the youth on the challenges and solutions in the segment titled Spotlights on SDG 6. And to kick off this segment, it is my great pleasure now to welcome the Jamaican Minister for Economic Growth and Job Creation to take the floor. Minister Auburn Hill is joining us live, and she has the floor now. Minister.
Thank you so much, Germany and the UN for hosting this conference, and the government of Jamaica, through the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, embraces wholeheartedly the UN's Water Action Decade, the mandate from 2018 to 2028, and recognizes that water is extremely critical for sustainable development and the eradication of poverty and hunger. That is why we in Jamaica completely subscribe and are committed to all the aspects of SDG 6, and we certainly will work towards that. This awareness has led to the development of the National Water Policy and Implementation Plan for 2019 that seeks to ensure access to potable water for all Jamaicans by 2030. As we work through the second year of COVID-19 pandemic, we're confronted with a number of social healthcare challenges which give new meaning to our profound motto, water is life, and our tagline, every drop counts. This is unprecedented demand for water, as water has become a vital commodity to fight against the spread of the virus. The value of water is unquantifiable. Water is an integral part of households, food, culture, health, education, economics, and the integrity of our natural environment. There are 6 principles that guide Jamaica's thinking and approach. They are sustainability and intergenerational equity, efficiency, integrated water resources management, universal access, responsiveness to gender and vulnerable groups, and of course, stakeholder participation all along the way. The goal is to promote the coordinated development and management of water, land and related resources in order to maximize the resultant economic and social welfare in an equitable manner without compromising the sustainability of vital ecosystems. The government of Jamaica has taken the time to review existing policies and legislative provisions to enable an effective implementation of the national water sector policy. We are taking every rational step to manage our various sources of water, which include 116 rivers in our lovely island, 147 springs, 160 underground wells, and the government is keen to ensure that agencies in the water sector limit greenhouse gas emissions by adopting more efficient and economically viable renewable energy technologies. We're constantly raising awareness on water and climate change issues. Climate change issues are key considerations in our water resources management and decision-making processes to enhance institutional capacities and to build resilience in the sector. The government of Jamaica is actively pursuing the transformation and recapitalization of the National Water Commission, our main water service provider, with a plan to bring in private investors and eventually listing the National Water Commission on the Jamaican Stock Exchange. This is a good time, possibly, to say that, yes, we're looking for a key investor that has not just the funds, but the managerial ability to handle this national resource when we make it a public-private enterprise. The government views this step as critical in enabling the National Water Commission to achieve its quite costly objectives and our 2030 goal of ensuring access to potable water and wastewater treatment facilities for all Jamaicans. We're talking about an investment of about $3.5 billion, which we do not intend to put in our government's books, but to make sure it goes through the private sector and the stock exchange. To support this transformation, the government is currently in the process of developing new water legislation, make the necessary adjustments to the regulatory regime, and will establish a clear policy for social water. We're pleased to be part of this conference and to recommit to the objectives of SDG 6 with the UN and you in Germany and around the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to the Jamaican Minister for Economic Growth and Job Creation, Aubin Hill, for taking the floor and for kicking off this segment titled Spotlights on SDG 6. From Jamaica, we now move to Senegal, which is part of the Water Dialogue Steering Committee, as well as the organizer of the World Water Forum in 2022. And I very much welcome the country's Minister for Water and Sanitation to take the floor. Mr. Serigne Mbaye Thiam is with us. He's joining us live from Senegal, and he has the floor now.
Merci, merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for giving me the floor. Excellencies, Mrs. Jenda Schulze, Federal Minister in charge of the Environment and Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety of Germany. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen ministers, ladies and gentlemen representing the United Nations system, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, allow me, as in my capacity as Minister in charge of Water and Sanitation in Senegal, allow me to thank you for inviting me to this high-level meeting organized by the Federal Republic of Germany as part of the Water Dialogues for Results, Bonn 2021, on the theme Accelerating Cross-Sectoral SDG 6 Implementation. This process is part of efforts made by the German government with a view to accelerating the implementation of SDG 6 and picking up the challenges of water, it is also an important milestone on the way, on the path towards the next World Forum on Water, which will be held in Dakar from the 21st to the 26th of March 2022. In a way, this topic is a theme of interest for Senegal. My country, indeed, attaches a great deal of importance to strengthening cooperation and initiating broad partnerships to stimulate implementation of SDGs, and in particular the full achievement of SDG 6. Ladies and gentlemen, today's meeting follows the African Regional Forum, which was organized on the 26th of May 2021, still as part of the Water Dialogues for Results. Reminds us that we just have 9 years to achieve the objectives that we have set ourselves, that the world has set ourselves, i.e. when it comes to universal access to water and sanitation for all. Just 9 years. But despite the efforts that have been made, we realize that the chance of achieving the objective is thin unless we accelerate initiatives, unless we multiply initiatives and carry out more measures. Besides, the world's pressure on water resources are on the increase, and measures implemented for its sustainable use are modest. Catering for our needs, for the needs of the populations, is difficult because these needs are growing. We also have to contribute towards public health, in particular in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have to make sure that in the consumption and production processes, water has its right value, making sure that we can depollute water. All these are interesting and useful and important stakes, which are quite clearly linked to poverty. Today, across the globe, the water distribution systems, in particular in Africa, are faced with a huge crisis, a growing crisis, exacerbated by climate change, pollution, and the lack of infrastructure or inappropriate water infrastructures that are often antiquated. 400 million Africans have no access to drinking water. Over 700 million people do not have access to adequate or appropriate sanitation systems, and the water demand is on the increase because of demographics and because of economic growth. Given that, solving the problem of mismanagement or the bad governance of water is an absolute priority. Water resources and services are compromised because there is a lack of appropriate institutions in the field of water. We don't have appropriate investment capacity. Sometimes responsibilities are not clear. Competencies are blurred, or sometimes there's a lot of fragmentation amongst institutions. Despite the progress that has been made over the last 30 years when it comes to science and technology, water science and technology, the capacity of implementing solutions, in particular in so-called developing countries, that capacity is still weak, very thin on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, Senegal is committed to water-related issues. We want to advocate strongly to make sure that the water issue is on the center of the stage at international level. We believe that it is important to harness water properly. Senegal's water development policy is based upon an ambitious vision. We want water in abundance and good water for all the different uses, with improved conditions for this emerging country. This vision ties in with the priorities that have been defined by our President Macky Sall, through the emergent plan. We aim at universal access, and we want to focus on quality of water, access for all, as part of an approach based on sustainable development. It is a model plan when it comes to water management. We hope to be a laboratory and also a model for cooperation when it comes to water. Water diplomacy is also one of our main priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, Senegal at the United Nations Security Council started in November 2016 the first official debate on water, peace and security to promote reflection on water as a tool for economic development and a privileged means of cooperation between nations. Senegal's performance when it comes to water diplomacy, when it comes to hydraulic policy, was such that we were selected by the 9th Water Forum, which is scheduled for November 2022, the theme being the importance of water for peace and development. This bears witness to our commitment towards promoting water security across the globe. We are going to host a forum, and thereby we want to contribute towards the effective implementation of the World Water Agenda, which is crucial for the implementation of SDGs, in particular in Africa, where water, and sometimes the scarcity of water, is a crucial factor for our economic development. And this forum will be a milestone in the run-up to the World Conference on Water in 2023. I'd like to invite you to work with us and join us at the forum so that collectively we can build synergies, share experiences, success stories, and act where it is necessary to guarantee secure and safe access to water and sanitation for all and everywhere, thus cooperating, working hand in hand to construct a resilient future based on solidarity and sustainable peace based on water. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Senegal's Minister for Water and Sanitation, Mr. Serigne Mbaye Thiam, whom unfortunately we couldn't see, but much more importantly, we could hear. We heard him loud and clear, and I think the very statistics and figures that he has provided speak for the very grave situation that particularly Africa is facing when it comes to water. So action is very much needed there, fast action. That is. From Senegal now, we move to Europe, we change continents, and we go to Slovenia, which incidentally is taking over the EU presidency today. Therefore, it's my great pleasure to welcome Stanislav Raščan, Slovenia's State Secretary and Minister for Development Cooperation, to give us an insight on his country's plans on bringing the SDG 6 forward during the Slovenian presidency. State Secretary Raščan, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me first thank Minister Svenja Šulce for inviting Slovenia as the incoming EU presidency to participate in the work of the Steering Committee on the Bonn Water Dialogue, as well as for giving me the opportunity to address this very important gathering. Today, Slovenia takes over the presidency of the Council of the European Union for the next 6 months. Water in EU's external action will be our priority. We will be advocating a comprehensive approach to water across EU's development, humanitarian and peace and security action, with a strong water diplomacy driving an accelerated global action on water. Slow progress on the SDG 6 and other water-related goals puts the implementation of the Agenda 2030 and the Paris Climate Agreement at risk. We need a transformational approach and should not miss the opportunity to the 2023 UN Conference on the midterm review on the Water Action Decade to define one. The Bonn Water Dialogues prepared excellent groundwork for raising ambitions and accelerating progress through a transformational, action-oriented approach. Slovenia strongly supports its key messages today, that after very clear recommendation for immediate and mid-term actions. They are proposing a comprehensive, inclusive, multi-stakeholder, cross-sectoral and multidisciplinary approach to water on local, national, regional, and global level. This approach reflects water's cross-cutting nature and includes all aspects, including the relevance for international peace and security. Slovenia will be promoting this approach during its EU presidency as the only one that well-informed, sustainable, avoids negative externalism, maximizes benefits, and enjoys the legitimacy of all stakeholders. The 2023 UN conference needs to clearly recognize and reflects the strong interlink of SDG 6 with other SDGs. It should also recognize that water knows no boundaries and belongs to all. Water should be recognized as a global common good that is to be used sustainably, shared equitably, and protect for the future of humanity and the planet. For an integrated global response, we need a less fragmented global water governance. The Bonn key messages calls for greater coherence of the EU efforts on water and for appointment of an EU Special Envoy for Water. Slovenia strongly supports this call. This would also help increase the visibility of water and mobilize the political will to accelerate progress. More preparatory meetings for the 2023 UN conference will follow. We should actively look for synergies and common political messages that will greater ambitions and action into the 2023 UN conference. Slovenia will continue to pursue its efforts towards a more water-secure world beyond the Bonn conference, beyond our EU presidency, and beyond the 2023 conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to the Slovenian State Secretary and Minister for Development Cooperation for his remarks, and best of luck for the upcoming EU presidency. From Europe, we now move further east to Asia, where General Pravit Wongsuwang, the Deputy Prime Minister of Thailand, will give us an insight on the importance of SDG 6 acceleration for his country. General Wongsuwang, delighted to have you with us. You have the floor.
ท่านประธาน ท่านรัฐมนตรี และผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่าน ผมมีความยินดีเป็นอย่างยิ่งที่ได้มากล่าวในหัวข้อการพัฒนาและขับเคลื่อนเป้าหมายการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนเพื่อบรรลุเป้าหมายด้านน้ำสำหรับการประชุมระดับรัฐมนตรีเพื่อหารือเชิงนโยบายสนับสนุนประเทศสมาชิกในการเร่งรัดดำเนินการให้บรรลุเป้าหมายด้านน้ำภายใต้วาระการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนในปี 2030 ประเทศไทยตระหนักถึงความสำคัญของการเข้าถึงน้ำที่สะอาดและถูกสุขอนามัยที่พอเพียงเป็นธรรมและทั่วถึงโดยให้ความสำคัญกับการพัฒนาทรัพยากรน้ำที่เป็นกลไกหลักในการขับเคลื่อนภายใต้สภาวะการเปลี่ยนแปลงสภาพภูมิอากาศที่ส่งผลกระทบโดยตรงต่อการเกิดอุทกภัยการขาดแคลนน้ำและคุณภาพน้ำซึ่งเป็นปัจจัยที่ส่งผลต่อความมั่นคงของทรัพยากรน้ำในประเทศการแพร่ระบาดของโควิด -19 เป็นวิกฤตที่ใช้เป็นโอกาสในการวางแผนเพื่อการฟื้นตัวอย่างยั่งยืนด้วยการพัฒนากลไกสร้างความมั่นคงด้านอาหารน้ำและสุขาภิบาลประเทศไทยให้ความสำคัญในการเร่งรัดการดำเนินงานให้บรรลุเป้าหมายการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนในเรื่องน้ำและสุขาภิบาลโดยน้อมนำหลักปรัชญาเศรษฐกิจพอเพียงมาใช้เป็นแนวทางในการดำเนินงานและบรรจุวาระการพัฒนาแผนงานและโครงการในแผนแม่บทการบริหารจัดการทรัพยากรน้ำ 20 ปีของประเทศไทยรวมทั้งการนำหลักธรรมาภิบาลนวัตกรรมโมเดลเศรษฐกิจ BCG และการประยุกต์ ใช้เทคโนโลยีที่เหมาะสมเป็นเครื่องมือในการพัฒนาเพื่อให้ประชาชนทุกระดับทุกภาคส่วนเข้าถึงการใช้น้ำที่สะอาดในการดำรงชีวิตอย่างทั่วถึงสุดท้ายนี้ประเทศไทยพร้อมที่จะร่วมมือกับประชาคมระหว่างประเทศในการเร่งรัดการดำเนินงานอย่างบูรณาการเพื่อบรรลุวัตถุประสงค์ของทศวรรษสากลแห่งการลงมือปฏิบัติภายใต้หัวข้อน้ำเพื่อการพัฒนาที่ยั่งยืนเพื่อสร้างหลักประกันว่าประชาชนและกลุ่มผู้ด้อยโอกาสทุกภาคส่วนสามารถเข้าถึงการใช้ทรัพยากรน้ำโดยไม่ทิ้งใครไว้ข้างหลังขอบคุณครับ
Thank you so much to the Deputy Prime Minister of Thailand, General Pravit Wongsuwang, for his statement. From Asia, we head back to Europe, and one country in particular which has been very active on the international water floor for a very long time, namely Finland. And we have Finland's Minister for Development, Cooperation and Foreign Trade with us. Minister Vil Skinnari is joining us, and he has the floor now.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First, I want to thank our German colleagues at the Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature, Conservation and Nuclear Safety for organizing this highly important meeting on accelerating SDG 6 implementation. SDG 6 is an essential part of the 2030 agenda, but we are currently not on track to reach it. Effective and consistent international cooperation is needed to ensure the availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. Finland is strongly committed to advancing SDG 6. We do support the implementation of the objectives of the Water Action Decade, including its midterm review conference in 2023. Finland was honored to play a leading role in the joint statement prepared for the high-level meeting on water in March. The statement was joined by a record number of countries, actually 164 in total. This shows and reflects that large partnerships can be formed when there is enough political will. We are now working with a number of countries and private sector players to take forward the key actions identified in the statement. I ask for your support in the years leading up to the 2023 conference to identify what other steps can be taken to strengthen global water governance. Climate change affects water availability and demand. And most importantly, we need robust early warning and response systems as well as accessible data. High-quality innovations are also needed, and the Finnish private sector has a lot to offer in this regard. I also warmly welcome the work of the newly established high-level water and climate leaders group. Dear friends, stronger transboundary water cooperation is essential. Political dialogue and water diplomacy must be strengthened. We also need to actively engage youth into water-related peace processes, including water diplomacy as a form of peace mediation. It could also be considered whether a common definition of the concept of water security could serve to galvanize political will and action. We must ensure that equal enjoyment of human rights to water and sanitation, including thorough through realizing gender equality. We need to step up efforts to provide safe water and sanitation services, particularly in educational settings, as this has a direct impact on keeping girls in school. Effective action in any of the areas I have mentioned is not possible without support from the UN system. The lack of a strong institutional framework for water issues at the global level means we are not able to fully deal with the escalating water crisis worldwide. I therefore urge the adoption of the UN system-wide approach that integrates all UN activities related to water, most notably the Water Decade and the Global SDG 6 Accelerator Framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to the Finnish Minister for Development Cooperation and Foreign Trade, Ville Skinnari. In this segment titled Spotlight on SDG 6, we just heard from a wide variety of distinguished leaders, but global questions on intergenerational justice are also rising in relation to climate change, which is why I'm now delighted to give the floor to our next speaker, Ms. Carolina Tornesi McKinnon. She's the president of the World Youth Parliament for Water. She's joining us live and will share with us her view and expectations on accelerating SDG 6. Ms. McKinnon, you have the floor.
Good morning, afternoon, and evening to all the distinguished guests in attendance today. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you all. I'm incredibly honored and excited to join you all virtually as a part of this event. My name is Carolina Tornesi McKinnon, and I'm the president of the World Youth Parliament for Water, an international youth-governed network with members from over 80 countries. The passionate young leaders in our organization have impact both locally and globally through concrete action, advocacy work, and water research. We work together to ensure that the youth have a valued and respected voice, along with influence upon decisions made by senior water management officials. Water has been a passion of mine for quite some time now, for many reasons we probably all share. It has been my North Star as I make decisions, both personal and professional, about my future, not unlike many other young people. The duality of water is complex. It can be calm and give peace, but can also carry tremendous force and pose danger, depending on the climate, terrain, and source. Today, we are here to talk about this multifarious substance and work on tackling SDG 6 to ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all by 2030. Sustainable development is defined as economic development that is conducted without depletion of resources. Each year, young people across the globe become increasingly more conscious of the consequences of inaction when facing multifaceted problems like climate change. More specifically, it is becoming increasingly apparent that actions taken to date are not impactful enough to adequately address problems with natural resources, particularly water. The Deloitte Global 2021 Millennial and Gen Z survey revealed some interesting information about the perspective of youth today. Of millennials and Gen Zs, 40% believe we have reached the point of no return with regards to climate change. However, our concern for our future, and that for the generations to come, motivates us to get involved and play an active role in the solution. The same survey also showed that 69% of Gen Zs feel optimistic about the positive environmental changes the world witnessed during the recovery period the pandemic provided for nature. Along with this positive momentum of optimism, this decade of action falls at the perfect moment for collaboration. For the first time in history, 5 generations are in the workforce, which inherently provides a platform for an intergenerational effort with valuable perspectives from a more diverse group than ever before. Diversity is the catalyst of innovation, and with the innovative solutions possible from the most diverse group of workers the world has ever seen, I'm hopeful that we can tackle SDG 6 together. Young people are the most affected by decisions made today and tomorrow about water, as we have a whole life to build and live in front of us. This, I feel, uniquely positions the youth as one of the most important stakeholders, and also among the groups willing to contribute and sacrifice the most to solve our world's current water crisis. We are passionate, creative, skilled, diverse, and eager to learn and help educate others in an effort to fix our global water problems. Across the globe, young people are working directly with water to gain knowledge and perspective as a group directly affected and concerned about the future of water, unfortunately without a sufficient voice at the decision-making table. We have seen frightening strains on water in our short lifetime, from Sao Paulo to Cape Town and more. We want to have a valued voice and opinion in discussions where decisions about our futures on this planet are being made. Today's youth are on track to be the highest educated generation to date, are intimately connected even across the globe thanks to the internet and various technology and media platforms, and are passionately dedicated to work with leaders to improve the state of our water. On behalf of those I represent, I ask the opportunity to step up and demonstrate the capability and passion I've spoken about today. Young people can and will be a part of the solutions the world so desperately needs, but need your commitment to elevate our voices and to take time to understand our perspective. I know we can do the same for you. Water is the foundation for furthering global development, and the youth are an integral part of that foundation. Thank you all again for your time today and for giving me the opportunity to speak with you all. I look forward to collaborating in the future.
Many thanks to the President of the World Youth Parliament for Water, Carolina Tornesi McKinnon, who has stressed that the voice of the youth, of the young people, must be taken into account in this vital, multi-layered process. After all, the future belongs to them. Before we move to our discussion on the key policy messages originating from the Bonn Water Dialogue, we would now like to give you a short recap of the Water Dialogue process and its intentions for accelerating cross-sectoral SDG 6 implementation. Let's have a look.
Water and sanitation for all has been an integral part of international agendas for the past decades. Nevertheless, the global community is far from reaching water-related goals and targets of the 2030 Agenda. Today, more than 2 billion people worldwide still have no access to clean drinking water, and even more than 4 billion people lack safe access to sanitation. It is the water-related natural disasters from which people suffer the most, impacting 95% of all disaster affected and 2/3 of the world population enduring severe water scarcity, both worsening with climate change. Pollution of water bodies severely degrades freshwater ecosystems and declines populations of freshwater species. 1/3 of these species near extinction. This not only endangers biological diversity, but also jeopardizes human well-being. The Water Action Decade, launched in 2018, aims to advance the implementation of SDG 6 and other globally agreed water goals and targets. The Global Acceleration Framework is intended as a new, unifying initiative that aspires to deliver fast results at an increased scale. Based on the Global Acceleration Framework, the German Environmental Ministry initiated the Water Dialogues for Results to streamline the process. Together with a steering committee of UN member states and major groups representatives, the Water Dialogues developed action-oriented policy recommendations. Regional fora facilitated the integration of respective needs and challenges from around the globe. Numerous experts joined 6 roundtables to strengthen the action-oriented dimension of the policy recommendations. The political key messages highlight the need for cross-sectoral implementation of SDG 6. They entail action-oriented recommendations that are underpinning the Global Acceleration Framework. Financing for acceleration. Governments, national and international financial institutions and multilateral actors need to improve targeting and effective use of existing funding, mobilize domestic resources and attract additional investment. Data for acceleration. decision makers need access and to be enabled employing quality, accessible and reliable disaggregated data, planning and implementation of effective cross-sectoral action, leaving no one behind. Capacity for acceleration. Capacity development needs to holistically transfer knowledge beyond training to foster cross-sectoral decision-making, planning and implementation. Innovation for acceleration. Decision makers need to combine traditional knowledge and innovation by involving multiple stakeholders to increase efficiency of water use and ensure sustainable freshwater supplies, especially in water-stressed and transboundary regions. Governance for acceleration. Growing water demands in view of increased water uncertainty calls for improved vertical and horizontal governance and intensified cooperation among stakeholders, sectors and countries. With your support, the key messages and policy recommendations of the Water Dialogues for Results will feed into the midterm review of the Water Action Decade 2023. This assures its successful realisation in terms of commitments for more ambitious and accelerated efforts to achieve SDG 6 by the year 2030. We call upon you all to accelerate action through these recommendations to stand up for water and sanitation. Now is the time to accelerate. Now is the time to act.
Now is the time to accelerate. Now is the time to act. Well, then let's have a look at the challenges, solutions, and best practices after we have complemented the spotlight on SDG 6 segments. Before we move to our discussion, behind me you should be seeing a virtual illustration of the water dialogue process. And this very session will focus on the 5 main topics of the SDG 6 Global Acceleration Framework, namely financing, data, capacity development, governance, and innovation. We will start off with financing. As we all know, that money alone will not bring about sustainable water management, but the lack of finance is often referred to as one of the key challenges in accelerating process and action. And it is therefore my great pleasure to now welcome my first interview partner on this very topic, the current chair of the Global Water Partnership for Southern Africa and the former president of Tanzania, Jakaya Kikwete, who's joining us live now. Mr. Kikwete, wonderful to have you with us. More than once, the water investment gap in Africa has been highlighted throughout the process, but also today. What innovative approaches, in your opinion, are needed to address these existing obstacles?
Well, let me first thank you for having me here, and thank you for this important conference, and for associating the Global Water Partnership for Africa with this conference. Let me begin by saying that over 300 million people in Africa do not have access to clean and safe drinking water. 700 million are without access to sanitation. And the social and economic sectors are not getting all the water they need to perform optimally. This big shortage of water, therefore, impacts negatively on the health of the people of Africa. For waterborne diseases and other water-related, sanitation-related problems are one of the major causes of health problems on the continent. Also, that the shortage of water for the social and economic sectors are an impediment to the socio-economic growth and development of the continent. Africa, it is estimated that Africa loses 5% of GDP due to water insecurity. The problem exists primarily because of inadequate investments in the development of the water sector on the continent. Water and sanitation investments in Africa stands between $10 to $19 billion annually. This is the estimate. But the African Development Bank estimates that African countries would need $64 billion annually to be invested to meet the 2025 Africa Water Vision, water security for all. The African Ministers' Council on Water, AMCOW, estimated that countries will need the continent will need $30 billion annually to be invested if we have to meet the 2030 SDG goals and targets on water. Both the estimates by ADB and the African Ministers for Water show that there are huge investment gaps to be filled. Appreciating this problem or this challenge, in 2016, a high-level panel on water convened by the UN Secretary General and the President of the World Bank underscored the need for an African water investment program. Soon thereafter, the African ministers responsible for water welcomed the idea and directed relevant institutions on the continent to develop the Africa Water Investment Program. Following that directive, African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, the Global Water Partnership for Africa, the Secretariat of the African Ministers' Council on Water, the African Development Bank, and others set to work and came up with a proposed Africa Water Investment Program. The African Ministers for Water endorsed the program, and in February this year, the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union adopted the Africa Water Investment Program. So formally we have Africa Water Investment Program. Implementation of the program. African governments have been are called upon to increase investments for the water sector in their respective countries. It is acknowledged that African countries are setting aside substantial reserves, substantial resources in the development of the water sector in their respective country. But it is not enough. Much more needs to be done. Therefore, they should do everything within their power to increase budgetary allocations for the water sector from own sources. On the other hand, increased donor support has also been underscored. It is needed. Donors' contribution in African countries is being appreciated highly, or in the regions, districts, and places where donors have extended support. It has made a huge difference and things look much better. But the truth of the matter is that very few donors are interested in supporting this critical sector. Even those who do, develop is not big enough. Our appeal to donors is for them to look at the water sector favorably as they do for health, infrastructure, and education. Ladies and gentlemen, good health for the people of Africa and elsewhere starts with and depends on the availability of clean and safe drinking water. Basic sanitation is the first line of defense against many infectious diseases. COVID-19 has emphasized that in no uncertain terms. Lack of running water for the people to wash their hands and puts hundreds of millions of people in Africa at great risk of contracting and spreading the disease. The Continental Water Investment Program is an innovative approach and a transformative program designed to respond to the need to close the investment gap in Africa. It is in the spirit of ensuring that the Africa Water Investment Program is implemented to the letter and spirit that the African Regional Forum on Water on May 26 this year, African ministers and stakeholders reiterated the call for the establishment of the International High-Level Panel on Water for Africa. The primary objective of the panel is to champion the African Investment Program, African Water Investment Program, and explore ways to mobilize finance for its implementation and narrow the financing gap for water and sanitation in Africa. to meet the SDG targets. I would like to use this opportunity to appeal for support for the establishment of the International High-Level Panel on Water for Africa. A word of support from this meeting means a lot. The African Union, Development Agency, the Global Water Partnership for Africa, the African Development Bank, and Development Bank of South Africa have also been working on developing an innovative tool to support the implementation of the Africa Water Investment Program and water development in Africa. The tool is nothing other than the African Water Investment Program Water Investment Scorecard. The objective of developing this new tool is to assist African countries and stakeholders to track progress in resource mobilization and utilization, identify bottlenecks, to enable appropriate remedial action to be taken. Ladies and gentlemen, the African Investment Program, African Water Investment Program offers new hope for Africa. It offers development partners, banks, and the private sector an opportunity to invest in climate resilient, gender-sensitive water and sanitation investments that will contribute to social and economic growth and development and achieving SDG 6 in Africa. Everybody will be included and nobody will be left behind. Thank you very much.
So there is hope, but if I hear you correctly, Mr. Kikwete, there's still a long way to go until the water investment gap in Africa can and will be closed. What then, in your opinion, are the game changers for investment in water and sanitation in Africa? You ended on a hopeful note there. What, according to you, are the game changers?
The development of the water, a game changer, holistically, for continental perspective. But also, as I was saying, we are now developing the new tool, the water investment scorecard, to track progress that is being made or lack thereof, to identify bottlenecks, and come up with proposals on what needs to be done to remedial measures to be taken to improve or to address the challenges. So I'm seeing that as something new. But also the fact that it has now been endorsed at the highest political level on the continent. The African Union Summit, Assembly of African Heads of State and Government, have now adopted the Africa Water Investment Program. It's a continental program now. You know, you need support at the highest level. My belief and my hope is that these African heads of state and government now, when they go back home, they will hit the call for increased investment, for increased budgetary allocations for the water sector in their respective countries. And also, because we also have partners, we hope also partners would now give due attention to this important sector for growth and development, for the health and development of the people.
Thank you so much to the chair of the Global Water Partnership for Southern Africa, Jakaya Kikwete, for taking his time out to speak to us and for his insights on the challenges in Africa. Mr. Kikwete kicked off this segment, which now will conclude and rather proceed with a panel which will talk about the key challenges that many countries are facing to achieve a sustainably funded water sector. And while we set up the panel behind me, you actually see a visual depiction of the water expert roundtables on financing. It is my great pleasure now to go to my distinguished panel and introduce them to our viewers. For one, we have the Vice Minister for Water and Seas of Costa Rica with us, Heidi Rodriguez. Also with us is the Director General for Economic Cooperation and Development in Germany, Claudia Warning. Also joining this panel is the Chief of Water Sector Group at the Asian Development Bank, Nita Fokrel. And last but certainly not least, we have with us the Director of External Affairs at the Green Climate Fund, Oyun Sanya Suren. Wonderful to have you all with us. And let me start out with you, Vice Minister Rodriguez. We just heard from Mr. Kikwete about the challenges in Africa and Tanzania. Which innovative financing approaches and mechanisms are you using in your country, in Costa Rica, to achieve both safe access to water and sanitation, as well as sustainable water management?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good evening for you. Well, safe water and sanitation are recognized as fundamental human rights, since they are essential to ensure the healthy livelihood of households and are also essential to maintain the dignity of all human beings. We know that from Costa Rica, we have a big responsibility to actually implement this human right. We have recognized in our political constitution the access to drinking water as a human right, and sanitation as well. It is also established that water is a public good of the nation, and this is essential for making this human right a reality. This year, the United Nations World Report on the Development of Water Resources focused on the value of water, expressing the value of ecosystem services in economic terms, improves the management of drinking water sanitation efforts, the integrated management of water in all the different areas, and in situ water resources and ecosystem conservation, water security, and promotes resilience or risk reductions as well. In this sense, the experience of Costa Rica in the implementation of the value of water resources is given through two specific mechanisms. We call them el canon ambiental por el uso del agua, which is translated as environmental fee for the use of water. And this economic instrument is used to finance long-term sustainable management of water resources in Costa Rica. Within this principle of regulation of use is addressed. This fee collects $10 million annually, and it is used in water management with a basin approach and a community approach. These funds are used by the National System of Conservation Areas as well to carry out projects for the protection of water resources in protected wild areas of Costa Rica. Additionally, the National Forestry Financing Fund, which is FONAPIFO, finances the Environmental Services Payment Program for private properties, where the Environmental Water Protection Service and important water sustainability areas are generated. In 1999, also the Public Service Regulatory Authority approved the collection of a fee for the protection of water resources with the aim of obtaining resources that allow investment in the protection of the areas where water research is generated. So this tool is used by some drinking water operators to finance environmental projects for the protection of water supply resources. Regarding the value of water sanitation and hygiene services, the environmental fee for discharges is an instrument of environmental regulation, which is based on the principle of responsibility of the polluter pays principle for those who pollute and aims to achieve a healthy and ecological balanced environment. This fee collects today $800,000 annually, but with a $10 million projection for the next 5 and 10 years. So the investment is used for environmental education projects, monitoring the environmental quality of rivers, projects about enhanced production, clean production, and to finance part of the investment in sanitary sewage and wastewater treatment projects. Currently, the metropolitan area in San Jose environmental program is the country's largest investment in sanitation, with a coverage of 11 districts in the central area, the country's most inhabited areas. And this mega project will allow more than 1 million people access to the collection and treatment of wastewater treatment plant. It is necessary to explore other innovative ways to join efforts towards the comprehensive management of water resources in the country. And one of these instruments is the public-private partnerships. This implies a step forward to ensure transparency and efficiency in the management of public instruments for the water resource management. A successful example of this is Aguatica, which is an effort, is the first public-private and civil water fund in Costa Rica. It is an environmental, social, and economic partnership which objective is to ensure the quality and quantity of water resources for the metropolitan area in the sub-basin of the Rio Grande and Rio Virida, which are in the center of San Jose, for the people and activities that take place there. Another instrument, and I'm almost ending my participation here, is the collaboration with international cooperation strategies. And this is fundamental when we talk about public and private partnership. We're talking also about international partnerships. And one example is the Water and Climate Coalition, which aims to strengthen operational capacities at national, regional, and global level to address water-related sustainable development and climate change adaptation challenges. The coalition focuses on achieving progress in two areas, catalyzing actions and activities for water and climate, and providing guidance for high-level policy development on water and climate. And we cannot talk about climate change without talking about water issues, and this is the time to create new tools to make this possible for adaptation in our countries. Consolidating the different approaches and methods for these to put this economic value of the water from multiple dimensions and perspectives will continue to be a challenge. This means that we need to recognize new tools, we need to create more partnerships, and maintain and reconcile the different values of water from the economic, the social, the cultural perspective, and the role of women and youth to see this value for the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Many challenges indeed. We just heard from the Costa Rican Vice Minister for Water and Seas, Ms. Heidi Rodriguez. Thank you so much. Let's move closer to Bonn here in Germany, and with us is the Director General at the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, Claudia Warning. Ms. Warning, as one of the biggest bilateral donors in the water sector, how is the BMZ planning to improve targeted financing in the sector?
Yeah, thank you, and also good afternoon to everybody from Bonn, in fact. The funding need, as we heard already, is very big when it comes to the SDG 6. According to the World Bank, capital investments in water in the water sector worldwide needs to be tripled, bringing it up to $114 billion per year in order to achieve safe drinking water provision and adequate sanitation. This is a huge amount. For many years, the BMZ has been one of the largest bilateral donors in this sector. We have spent roughly 425 million euros, which have been made available every year for development activities in the water sector. We are focusing on the areas of Africa and the MENA region. However, the public grants alone cannot cover these enormous investment needs. The private sector, and in particular the capital markets, have a central role to play. That is why in financial cooperation we provide via KfW an approach of combining public grants and funding contributions from the capital markets for decades now. Funding is only dispersed once our partner institutions have achieved the reform objectives that were agreed jointly. Such performance-based approaches provide incentives to increase efficiency, which is a critical precondition of water security, and we call that policy-based lending. So the BMZ provides funding for projects and investments that help to improve water management in our partner countries, because that is what we need to ultimately achieve global water security. To achieve those aims, we are developing sustainable financing approaches at various levels and together with our partners as equals. 3 approaches have proven to be successful. First, improving the financial planning and investment management, very important at the start. Second, increasing the capacities of the water sector to generate revenue through water billing and fees, something which is in many countries not very common. And thirdly, improving access to long-term local currency finance for utilities. That means in the form of loans or bonds. We want to ensure that more utilities gain access to this kind of financing mechanism. It is to that end that we are developing strategies to progressively build capacities in utilities that will enable them to operate more efficiently and gain access to additional sources of funding. Sustainability is key in this concept. Companies need to be able to provide their services in the long term at an affordable price. And they also need to be able to service financial obligations. A debt trap at the expense of customers must here be prevented. Good water management is also about ensuring that utilities are able to cover the cost of operating and maintaining services and financing investments, for instance, the expansion of networks. Water bills and fees are the main source of revenue. Germany's development cooperation activities include advisory services for regulators on, for instance, efficient tariff regulations. We are promoting institutions that offer accountable and transparent financing for measures to improve water management. This form of good water governance creates trust so that other actors too will be ready to contribute financially to good water management. That is why, together with the Water Integrity Network, Germany is also increasingly supporting efforts to reduce corruption in water management. The BMZ wants to help water utilities that are willing to commit to reforms to gain access to local currency financing so as to reduce costly currency risk. This also helps to develop local financial systems. We are currently setting up a new innovative financing platform, the Urban Water Catalyst Fund. This fund is to help utilities gain access to local capital markets. Here too, finance is provided in stages as utilities improve their water management. Sustainable financing of good water management is also about supporting our partner countries in their efforts to adapt to climate change. And that has been mentioned already. Because climate change has long since become a reality for our partners and is often linked to water-related threats. That is water shortage, which is increased by population growth, urbanization and economic growth, and it is also flooding and changing rainfall patterns and heavy rainfall events. 91 countries have given high priority to the water sector in their nationally determined contributions. In this context, the BMZ is also supporting co-financing of projects and water management specific investments through the Green Climate Fund. We can achieve resilient water management by making better use of resources, continuously improving data availability and using modern information and communication technologies. We also need to tap into new resources, for instance rainwater, desalinated brackish water or seawater, or even treated wastewater. So I think we still have a long way to go, but we have a lot of new and innovative ideas, and jointly I think we will be able to manage this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Still a long way to go, but hopeful as far as the future is concerned. Claudia Warning, Director General at the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. Let me now turn to Nita Pokrel, who's the Chief of Water Sector at the Asian Development Bank. And of course, the topic is financing. So from a banking perspective, Ms. Pokrel, which would be your three solutions to sustainably tackle the financing gap in the water sector?
Thank you. On behalf of the Asian Development Bank, I'm delighted to be here and join the Bonn Water Dialogues. The DG of BMJ just now reminded us of this colossal financing gap to meet the global SDG 6 targets. And it is, of course, estimated at over $114 billion annually in capital expenditure alone. And this is just a predicted scenario when we hope there are no extreme climate-related disasters, or worse still, no more pandemics such as the one that we currently are facing with COVID-19. Because factoring just a few of these disruptors will add trillions more to this financing gap. As many speakers also pointed out today at the conference, we are on a suboptimal trajectory to achieving our targets by 2030. And now COVID-19, of course, has shrunk our fiscal space further and knocked us all back. So what are the three solutions, as you just asked me, for tackling this financing gap sustainably from a development banker's perspective? First, make the most effective and efficient use of available assets and resources. And how do we do it? By ensuring that ongoing expenditures continue to function and deliver substantial benefits for communities, the economy, and the environment. By improving efficiency of service providers, as my predecessors also just mentioned. By strengthening governance, capacity, and regulations for more judicious use of the scarce water resources. And just as the Honourable Minister during her opening remarks rightly said, sustainable financing is not just about the money. Second solution is financing to build back better, or financing infrastructure and systems that are resilient to climate and other shocks. At the Asian Development Bank, we believe that the most cost-effective investment for our sector is one that fully factors in resiliency in its planning and its design and throughout the end process that ensures long-term water security in all its dimensions. We have set targets that 75% of all our investments will support climate actions, and that we will achieve 80 billion climate financing dollars, of course, by 2030. And how are we doing it? We are choosing the decarbonization path for water financing. We are mainstreaming water resilience, as I just mentioned, at all stages of our project planning and delivery. And we are working very closely with our government partners. We are setting a resilience strategy for them, and we are going upstream to work with them on the NDCs and setting their long-term strategies. We are facilitating the shift towards nature-based solutions and integrating the digital and innovative technologies so that sustainability and resilience of the services can be better achieved. And we are, of course, decentralizing services. And COVID-19 recently showed us that the utilities that were decentralized and had the capacities at the local level were the best placed to continue providing the services. And despite the fiscal crunch that we just saw from this pandemic, the water sector portfolio at the Asian Development Bank is steadily growing. We plan to invest and add over 10 billion in the coming 3 years to our current running portfolio of nearly $19 billion. And finally, our third solution is fully mobilizing local resources and finding innovative ways of water financing. Again, a topic you've heard both my predecessors here at the panel saying, and all of us will have to continue collaborating together to look for these innovative ways. And at the Asian Development Bank, examples of how we are doing this is by leveraging this scarce development assistance and public funds to crowd in commercial finance, and we are helping our governments and partners to create enabling environment for it. Setting up the innovative financing hubs, such as the Blue Finance Hub and the Green Finance Hub that we have just set up for our developing member countries. And supporting taxes and tariff reforms so that the other part, the very scarce public finances, are maximized. And my predecessor again talked about the revenues, looking deeply into different tools, digitization tools to ensure that these are really truly maximized at all levels. And by supporting municipalities to become more bankable to raise and access local currency financing. So in closing, at the Asian Development Bank, we are pursuing all these solutions in parallel. We are collaborating with more partners, both on co-financing as well as on knowledge solutions, because filling this water financing gap, the colossal one, if I may again reiterate, is essential to sustain economic growth, to reduce inequalities, to safeguard the environment, to increase resilience, and to improve quality of people's lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Nita Pokrail from the Asian Development Bank for providing us with the perspective, with the banking perspective, very important and interesting indeed. Last but certainly not least, I now turn to Oyun Sanyasuren, who's the Director for External Affairs at the Green Climate Fund. Ms. Sanyasuren, from the perspective of the GCF, what, in your opinion, are the potentials but also the obstacles when it comes to financing projects in the water sector?
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate Germany's leadership and also a privilege to attend this dialogue. The question on obstacles, how to increase the climate finance for water. First and foremost, water financing is still and overwhelmingly in the public sector. Yet to fill the water infrastructure gap, especially in developing countries, private sector, private finance and blended finance really need to be deployed. And I think this is fortunately becoming one of the main sort of policy priorities, although of course a lot more needs to be done. At the same time, however, for private sector investing in water, still there is a huge risk perception. And that's one of the obstacles, major obstacles. So for Green Climate Fund, one of the key approaches is to de-risk climate projects, including in water projects, especially de-risk private sector's investment, so that the private sector investment is, the blended finance starts working better in developing countries, and the investing in water becomes more appealing to private investors. One of the examples, for example, in South Africa, we've been deploying innovative financing in building resilience and fighting drought by de-risking the financing of municipal wastewater treatment plants, which then provides reclaimed water for agriculture. So for that, we've been working with the Development Bank of Southern Africa to develop an innovative project which designates wastewater treatment plants as a novel asset class for private investors, backed by a guarantee mechanism from GCF. So investment is not just increasing the volume of investment, it's also how do we innovate with financial instruments, also how do we invest differently. And a lot, I think, is also has to do with, on the other hand, the adaptation, especially projects in the water sectors, are not yet well defined. The needs are great, and but then we need to understand much better how to make wash infrastructure resilient to climate change impacts. Also, be they extreme climate events like hurricanes and floods, or slow onset events such as drought, sea level rise, and salinization of coastal aquifers. The cross-sectoral approach of integrated water resource management is also essential part of the paradigm shift needed for low-carbon, climate-resilient development. So I think on one side, water people need to understand better and more about climate risks, and on the other hand, we also in the climate sector need to understand, and especially also the climate finance people, to understand more about how IWRM is an integral part of climate solutions and adaptive management for resilience. So I would like to use just a second example of a project such as Great Green Wall in Sahel, which also includes considerable innovative financing for water infrastructure, for resilient wash, agricultural irrigation, and land reclamation works, alongside investment in agroforestry and renewable energy. We've been working with IFAD to roll out about $80 million US dollars plus program, and that will help governments and smallholder farmers access agricultural insurance and enhance climate resilience in seven Sahel countries. So that's also part of more innovative thinking on adaptation, but also investment in water. As was mentioned, Germany is one of our financial contributors to the Green Climate Fund, but indeed it's actually one of the largest contributors, and through its financial contribution is investing in low carbon climate resilient development in more than now 140 countries, because since we became operational GCF, now we have a portfolio of projects worth of $30 billion US dollars, and that includes 8.4 billion in GCF resources, and the rest is in co-financing. In water sector itself, our investment stands now at $600 million US dollars in 18 water sector projects. And these are, as I mentioned, both into public but also private sector financing, and with co-financing, this 600 million is about 1.5 billion, which is additional investment into climate resilient wash, integrated water resource management support, flood control, and integrated drought management in developing countries. So I'll end my brief intervention that the water community and climate community will, I really believe that we'll be working together even more closely in the future, so that we can accelerate the investment at SDG 6 and get the co-benefits from both climate and water investments. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Oyun Sanyasuren, the Director of External Affairs at the Green Climate Fund. And this indeed wraps up this very insightful panel on financing. Much thanks to Heidi Rodriguez, Claudia Warning, Nita Pokrel, and Oyun Sanyasuren for their insights and participation. Well, this wraps up the segments on financing, which is, of course, crucial. As we just heard, it is essential, but of course, it also needs other ingredients to accelerate the actions, ingredients such as data and information, for instance, to know where to invest and which kind of collaborative support is needed, are all aspects, key aspects in accelerating the action. And on the topic of data in information, as a matter of fact, behind me, you're seeing a visual recap from the Water Dialogues Expert Roundtable right there. And on the topic of data information, we will now hear from Mahendra Reddy, who's the Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Environment in Fiji, who in a pre-taped interview speaks on the role of data in the cross-sectoral implementation of SDG 6. Let's have a quick look at that interview.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. What crucial challenges for seeds on data and information?
Well, first of all, there is no central data hub for seeds. What we need to do is for all small developing states, they should have a central hub where all data is pooled and cleaned up, and then people the various small island states can draw data from it. The documentation of lessons learned should also be compiled. Sometimes at the moment there's nothing as such, but sometimes we do. Then we normally document success stories, but we also should document failed stories so that we learn from what not to do to ensure that we don't fail. Data should be shared and clean so that everyone can use the same data and speak from the same data. So we need to clean up the data, and that's the data on a particular variable that's available to everyone. We don't want one country to talk about this SIDS situation on a particular variable, but have a different data. So once we share the data, then we speak from the same data. So we kind of minimize the danger of incorrect data feeding into policy making and making incorrect policies.
How has climate change impacted your way of collecting and using data?
Well, it's a new beast. It opens up new areas. So the goalpost keeps shifting, with climate change. So at the moment, we are playing a catch-up game. We need to be a step ahead. But unfortunately, we are catching up. I mean, we just look at slightly moving to impact on the coastal communities. We're catching up in terms of protecting our coastal communities. I mean, instead of ring fencing, instead of setting up structures which will mitigate any negative effect of coastal or tidal inundation, we are now going and correcting the damage done by sea level rise. It also brings in the long-term consequences into picture. So climate change, the effect of climate change is intergenerational issue, equity to deal with. So that's how climate change adds a new dimension.
How are you using data between different sectors, for example, water management, agriculture, and environment?
At the moment, when we require data, we call upon that particular ministry or section and ask for data. So it's basically, there's no single pool. So at the moment, let's say we want data on the situation in regard to groundwater. So we contact the Department of Mineral Resources and ask for whatever data they have. So there's no proper planning. There's no proper, discourse on what data we should acquire, what data we should establish, what are some of the things that we should put into on the ground to acquire those data. And unfortunately, we don't have time series data. And this is a serious problem in small states, in that when you need data, we go and collect cross-sectional data. But if you really establish a good data hub, then you could have time series data on various variables by various geographical area, by various countries, and then you can then see the impact on that particular variable, what is happening over time. So unfortunately, you go to any small island state now and you see data, you will say, okay, we'll collect the data and pass it on to you. But unfortunately, primary data, time series is not available, but secondary data, time series is available, but these are not actually the primary data on the ground.
Finally, which changes or what changes would you like to see in 3D on data and information in order to accelerate implementation of SDG 6?
Like SIDS, within a country, there should be a single hub, and the single hub should collect data from all relevant sections in ministry and departments. The data should be cleaned, and that's the data that should be available, readily available, not only to government policymakers, to universities, to research institutions, master's students, PhD students, all of them should have access to that data. So everyone must speak from the same data. Often you will find problems arising because people are speaking on a particular topic, but they're using different data. Which data is correct? So we need to ensure that we establish this hub, and then we must have experts, statisticians with the subject area expertise so that they can do relevant analysis also to back up policymakers, other users, social workers, NGOs who can then draw onto this data and this analysis.
Thank you to the Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Environment in Fiji, Mahendra Reddy, for this pre-taped interview and shedding some light on data and information. So far, we have looked at the financing gap. We just looked at the data implications. Now we will go one step further towards accelerating implementations and look at the topic of capacity developments. What you see behind me, as a matter of fact, will give you some ideas on the very challenges and solutions on this very topic. And to kick off this segment, we will now hear from Ms. Catarina de Albuquerque. She's the Chief Executive Officer of Sanitation and Water for All and former Special Rapporteur on the human right to water and sanitation. She will frame our understanding of capacity development, and she has the floor now.
Dear friends and dear partners, 2030 is only 9 years away. It's around the corner. It's also very far away. Will this mean that we will be able to meet Sustainable Development Goal 6? Well, the SDGs in general. I do believe that reaching SDG 6 is within reach. It is possible as long as we put the deliberate efforts in place, the resources in place, and as long as we mobilize the political will, but also different stakeholders at national and global levels. In that sense, with the SDG 6 acceleration framework, we have the roadmap that has all the elements, contains all the elements that will enable us to reach SDG 6 at least by 2030. Through this framework, we have the recognition of big areas for action. For example, financing, database decision-making, innovation and governance, and of course, capacity development, which is a cross-cutting area that permeates all other ones. And when we talk about capacity development, this is something that is very close and dear to the work that SWA does. And let me give you some examples. At SWA, we have put significant efforts and attributed importance to the topic of capacity development and how, in which context. For example, our first strategic objective relates to political prioritization, reaching out to the highest levels of power to bring across the messages regarding the importance of prioritizing and investing in water, sanitation and hygiene. It has been crucial for us to work with our partners, with our focal points at country level, in order to work together with them in adapting, designing the messages that we want to convey to the higher levels of power, in order to make sure that they resonate, in order to make sure that they are picked up, in order to make sure that they are followed up to. So this is an important part of the work that we do in terms of making sure that our partners are ready and are able to convey messages that are more political than technical, that convey the big picture, and that make sure that we grab the attention of the big decision makers in this world. On the other hand, when we reach out to other areas, to other development areas, as we are doing at SWA, for example, on climate, we think that it is crucial to make sure that our partners and our partner focal points that are more used and are experts in the area of water, sanitation and hygiene, that they are informed about climate change. And that they get more information about climate and how climate impacts on water and vice versa. The same with finance. We feel and we receive numerous requests from our partners in terms of finance for the sector, knowing more about finance, about budgeting, about how to structure tariffs, etc. So in all of these areas that we identify, that our partners identify as important for the work that they are doing or the work that they want to embrace, we do training sessions, we organize webinar series, we have bilateral talks, we have group discussions in order to develop our partners' capacities in these areas that they themselves have identified as crucial in order for them to advance their work. 9 years is not a long time, but it is a long time. We can get a lot done in 9 years. SWA, and when I say SWA, I mean our over 300 partners, we want to do our part, we want to contribute. And with the SDG 6 acceleration framework, we think that we will be well equipped to reach this sustainable development goal on water and sanitation by 2030.
Thank you so much to Catarina de Albuquerque, the CEO of Sanitation and Water for All, for kicking off this segment on the topic of capacity development, which we will now take a deeper dive with a panel. And for that, I'm very happy to hand over and yield the floor to Shamil Nair Bedouel. She's the Assistant Director General for the Natural Sciences at UNESCO, and Shamila Nair Bedouel will now moderate the session and introduce the speakers. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It is really an honor to be here today with you and to moderate the session on capacity building for the capacity development of the water dialogues for results. With less than 10 years to go to achieve the SDGs, it is now clear that the world does need a global response to improve progress on SDG 6, which is lagging behind. In response to this challenge, the UN has launched the SDG 6 Global Acceleration Framework, an initiative that involves all sectors of society to speed up progress by improving support to countries. And this framework, which is led by UN Water, is made up of 5 accelerators. We've heard about them today: financing, data and information, innovation, governance, and capacity development. Now, the Capacity Development Initiative, which is co-led by UNESCO and UNDESA, is intended as a coordination mechanism on capacity development, and it aims to support the countries across the world to identify their water and sanitation capacity gaps and to work with national governments and other relevant partners to bridge them. So water is the connector, water is life. Among the SDGs, across sectors, cultures, people and societies. In moving ahead, we need to consider that the SDG 6 Global Acceleration Framework will work only if we go beyond the boundaries of the water sector and follow the cross-sectoral approaches in all accelerators. If we want to accelerate progress, it is important to consider the SDG 6 as a whole and attempt to reduce fragmentation of the water sector. The water dialogues have brought together world, regions, decision makers from governments across the world, technical experts and representatives of stakeholders with the objective to overcome the business as usual and thinking in silos in order to propose cross-sectoral action to accelerate SDG 6 implementation. Before closing this opening, let me also underline that we cannot do this alone. Multilateral cooperation will be key to increase action and to ensure the success of SDG 6 Global Acceleration Framework. So thank you very much for joining me here today, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Before moving to the interactive part of the session, I have the pleasure to introduce today's panelists to you. Mrs. Bohauri Rakotovalo-Mansoa, Minister of Water, Sanitation and Hygiene from Madagascar. Welcome to you, ma'am. Mr. Hamadi Hababib, the Director General of the Bureau of Planning and Hydraulic Balances of Tunisia. Welcome to you, sir. Mr. Martin Mendes, Vice Minister of Water, Ministry of the Environment and Natural Resources of Guatemala. Welcome to you, sir. Mr. Andre Discus, the Chief of Urban Basic Services Section, GWOPA, UN Habitat. Dear participants, dear panelists, I'd like to remind that the session will last about 25 minutes, and as such, I kindly request the distinguished panelists to keep their reply within 4 minutes, please. And we'll proceed with the first question. So I would like to thank all the speakers. Now, as the first question, I would like to connect all the panelists. The first question is addressed to the Honourable Minister from Madagascar. Honourable Minister, as an island, Madagascar faces significant risks imposed by an increasingly variable and changing climate. How do you foresee this and strengthen capacities in water and other related sectors to increase resilience? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs.
Thank you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from Madagascar. I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank Her Excellency, the German Federal Minister for the Environment, for the invitation. Madagascar has a specific status or condition. It is an island state, and therefore Madagascar is amongst the countries that are fighting the consequences of climate change, because this has an impact on biodiversity, as you say, a huge impact on biodiversity and on water resources. The year 2020 saw our water resources being depleted, and this had an impact on drinkable water, on the environment, on the watersheds and agriculture, because the farming sector was hit hard and a variety of economic activities were hit. Madagascar has a plan between now and 2030. We have a national water and sanitation plan which has been instigated, and Madagascar by 2030 has to make sure that water resources are improved and in particular used in a sustainable fashion, and this is valid for households, the farming sector, the mining sector, in industries. And this is going to take place through a cross-sectoral approach. At the center of this will be the economic value of water. So as far as we are concerned, we would like to promote an integrated management process for the management of water resources. We have a national authority for water in charge of water and sanitation. So we have a competent authority to manage water efficiently for this integrated management procedure, and it is linked to our own ministry, the Water, Sanitation and Hygiene Department. In the medium term, we will have to improve the strategy, the implementation strategy, and make sure that we improve the working of this national authority. Secondly, we are going to implement a plan, a continuity plan, in case of disasters. The aim is to improve the basic services, the basic water and sanitation and hygiene services in Madagascar. There will be also a place for prevention. All this to face the consequences of climate change and get ready for natural disasters. We have cyclones and hurricanes every year in Madagascar. We see the consequences of climate change, in particular drought in the southern part of the country. Finally, Madagascar has a prevention unit for managing emergencies, an emergency management unit which has developed a project to protect infrastructures and reduce vulnerability with the support of our ministry. We now have national guidelines on the construction of infrastructures. At the local level, we try to improve resilience so as to be ready in the event of a natural disaster. So the multiple uses of water are now part and parcel of a strategy. When infrastructures are built, we will build them to make sure that they are appropriate for several uses, i.e. drinkable water, farming, cattle raising, and industrial activity at the local level. So much for the answer to the first question. I think that by 2030 improvements will be made. But as everybody said, if we fail to invest, we will not achieve the objectives, and we will not, certainly will not attain these objectives by 2030. But we have another objective in Madagascar. We want an access rate to water of 60% by 2023. When it comes to sanitation, we want to avoid open defecation by 2023. We want to get it by 93%. Finally, 50% of the population will have access to basic latrines. So these are the objectives that our ministry have set. We try in this way to show leadership and strengthen our leadership with a view to improving our vision by 2030, because it is a huge challenge, especially for a developing country like Madagascar. At the local level, the local communities need to be involved in all this process. We have to make sure that the water, sanitation and hygiene sector becomes more professional thanks to PPPs, public-private partnerships. The idea is to do things sustainably, in a sustainable fashion. We have to invest, but we also have to make sure that the water, sanitation and hygiene infrastructures are managed on a sustainable basis. So PPPs are very important in this approach. We also have innovative technologies for drinkable water. And as for droughts in the southern part of Madagascar, there again, innovative technologies will be used. We know that water resources are depleted. We have to find new ways and means, new technologies. By 2030, we hope that Madagascar will be able to share experience on the innovative project that would have been carried out in the meantime. We hope that other countries will be able to scale up these successful projects, which are very useful in this fight against the consequences of climate change in the water, sanitation and hygiene sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for sharing with us the initiatives taken in Madagascar. Thank you very much. I would like to now move to our second speaker, who is from Tunisia, Mr. Hamadi Habaib. Thank you for joining us, Director General of Bureau Planning, Hydraulic Balances in Tunisia. The question for you, Mr. Hamadi, if you could share with us in Tunisia, how do you increase the capacities of the water and agriculture sectors to share knowledge on water resources and their management? Thank you. Monsieur Hamadi?
Merci. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for inviting me. First, I would like to say how happy I am to be with you today for this dialogue, for these water dialogues, and for this discussion on SDGs, water-related SDGs. In 2017, Tunisia developed a development vision by 2030, integrating the SDGs in our plan of action. Our agriculture department includes a multidisciplinary committee. It's been set up by a ministerial decision in respect of SDG 10. Its objective, or rather its assignment, its task as it were, is to map out and evaluate a project in the agricultural sector in direct or indirect link with the SDGs. We want to try and make calculations to establish indicators for the development of SDGs. We also want to have clear indicators. We want to formulate the financial needs so that we can levy funds to achieve SDGs in our country, and we also have to prepare project documents in respect of SDGs. To answer your question, how do we share knowledge? Well, first and foremost, let me say that our bureau, the Planning Bureau, has a sectoral review, carries out a sectoral review every year with the different stakeholders, other departments, other ministries. We produce an annual report on water, on the water sector. The report includes a number of things: the political and governance framework, management instruments, balance indicators, performance indicators, challenges, priorities. And this year we have added a dedicated chapter dedicated to SDG 6 indicators. Besides, we have a platform. It's called Agri-Data. It's managed by the National Observatory or Monitoring Center for Agriculture. It's a portal, a data portal. It's open to the public, and it deals with every aspect of water and agriculture. We have 633 sets of data on water resources, on water management or exploitation, climate or weather-related data, drinkable water, irrigation, teaching, research, popularization, and farming infrastructures. As for capacity building, well, we have been able to implement a system, a support mechanism in the context of SDG 6 as part of a specific initiative, Water for the World, and with the help of a Korean company and the United Nations, with the help of the United Nations Bureau for Sustainable Development, we have implemented this support mechanism. Tunisia is one of 7 pilot countries working on this project, on this policy support mechanism. This policy support mechanism, in the context of SDG 6, aims at following indicators, looking at 7 components. That's the basic format, i.e. the condition, the capacity, finance, policies, the institutional framework, gender, integrity, resilience to climate change, of course. On top of it, we've carried out and developed a training program for the agriculture department executives at local and regional level as part of a project aimed at supporting reform in the water sector with the help of GIZ. It's a 2-phase program. The first phase aims at developing the skills of regional players at the regional level, of course. Then there's a general introduction to SDGs, SDG 6, information on the migration system, and introduction on Equistat, which is the FAO information system, in particular target 6.2 and the 2 indicators 4.1, 6.4.1 and 6.4.2. And the second phase of this mission is an operational phase where the training contents are being materialized and put into practice. Of course, we're talking here about the policy support mechanism, and then there's an assessment phase relating to indicators 6.41, 6.42 at the regional or local level. That's what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamadi, for sharing with us those national initiatives. Thank you. We now move to our next speaker, who is Mr. Martin Mendez from Guatemala. Mr. Mendez, looking at the link between water and environment, which your ministry stands for, which capacity development measures do you think most suitable to achieve water resource security? Thank you. Mr. Mendez?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to everybody and to the German government through the Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature, Conservation and Nuclear Safety and the United Nations for the invitation to come and talk at this conference. It's a great honor for me to participate. And what we're seeing at the global level is so very important. We say thank you to the organization in this preparatory conference to present to the United Nations the needs that we all have in all of our countries around the world in the water sector is so very important. We've signed so many agreements, we've signed so many international agreements and conferences, and we keep on talking about water. And what we can see, I mean, this is the second time in 50 years that we've spoken about the need for water in the United Nations. So it seems to get left aside. And I really think that this shows just how very important it is now to come back and talk about this sector. In Guatemala, we're in Central America, and it's a region that is very highly affected by climate change and natural disasters. We are very much committed to the SDGs, and particularly SDG 6, just like the other countries in the world and in our region. We are really focused on this global movement to try to achieve the SDGs. But at the same time, we are all suffering through a lack of resources, and the conditions that we face aren't the most adequate of all. And particularly now with the pandemic, we have really taken a step back, and the advances that we had made have had to stop because we've had to deal with the effects of the pandemic. We see that there's the difficulties are getting worse and worse. We see difficulties in the streets. We see floods. We see that people are moving. We see deforestations. We see that there's a problem with the water not being treated, and we see that there's no real care being taken to preserve water resources. Less than 40% of residual water are treated and placed into water bodies, which can be used for human consumption. And this leads to a huge difficulty as regards the supplies. We need to have integrated supplies where we don't just supply water for human consumption, but where we treat residual water, but we also need to treat other water bodies, because that causes great damage to the environment if we can't set up an integral system. And so that is why we are really focusing our efforts on ensuring that these provisions and the coverage of water and sanitation is done in an integral way. But we need to restructure the water sector, and we need support to be able to make long-term plans, to be able to have the adequate infrastructure, and to be able to have public policies that are clear, laws that are clear, and technical support, economic support, to be able to set up resilient projects that are resistant to climate change, and to have financing sources to ensure that the services that we don't have, that our populations so desperately need, are set up. We don't have a water law in Guatemala. We don't have a national level water services supplier, but we're working on this. And what we can see is that recently in the Ministry of Water that I have the honor of presiding, or being the Vice Minister of, we have been working for several months now as the Vice Ministry of Water, and we have plans for the protection of water basins to ensure the supervision of the water quality. We need to keep working on this, but more than anything else, we need financial resources to implement all of these measures which are extremely urgent. We are focusing our efforts on creating a national plan for water and sanitation, and we need the resources to be able to do that, and we also need the agreement of the people. Guatemala is in a region which is often affected by very serious natural disasters, and together with the other countries of the region, we feel that we could find regional mechanisms that would allow us to carry out cross-border works, important cross-border works. We should do this using international agreements to have projects, for example, to capture rainwater and to really take advantage of the resources that we have. We need to be able to have water storage systems. We need to be able to have systems for irrigation. We need to look at the water in the water basins, and we need to have all sectors involved in this, particularly the sectors that are in marginalized areas, but at the same time respecting their cultures and their ancestral knowledge. The challenge that we have is to eliminate inequalities. And such a problem, one of the problems that we have in Guatemala is directly related to poverty. People living in poverty don't have access to clean water, to sanitation. People get ill because of this. We need to give support to all sectors so that financing is done taking into account the population, and also taking into account that we have indigenous communities who are an incredibly important group of people who live in poverty. The effects of climate change affect inequality, and these are some of the needs that we need to deal with. Let's also not forget that the barriers to health, the first barrier to health is water and sanitation. The second and third are to do with the type of access available to the population to health services. We need to work on this first barrier, and we've seen with the pandemic that one of the main measures to be able to uphold health is to be able to wash your hands. You need that in health centers, in schools, to ensure that our population don't suffer from the crisis that we've been seeing at national and regional level because of the lack of access to clean water, drinking water, and sanitation.
Need to move to the next speaker because we're rather late. Mr. Mendez, thank you very much for your intervention, sir. We need to move to the last speaker because we're rather late. I'm very sorry, we are running late. Thank you very much for your intervention, sir. We're now moving to the last speaker of this session, Mr. Andrei Zoukus, who is going to give us an overview of urban basic services. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And first of all, thank you also very much to the Ministry of Environment in Germany, and of course, Your Excellency, the Minister from Madagascar, our colleagues from Tunisia and Guatemala, colleagues and ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure actually being here and sharing with you some thoughts in terms of capacity development and water operators. At UN Habitat, we're a UN agency based in Nairobi, Kenya, dealing with human settlements. We are working in two areas in support of the UN Water Action Decade and also towards accelerating the SDG 6 framework. And one of them is the Global Expanded Monitoring Initiative, which is really an initiative which brings several UN agencies within the framework of UN Water together to monitor the attainment of SDG 6 and then to actually have science-based and data-based decision-making mechanisms available for governments related to water and sanitation. The second area which we have in terms of supporting the decade is the Global Water Operators Partnerships Alliance, in brief GWOPA, which has its headquarters at the UN campus in Bonn. It's in principle an alliance bringing together water and sanitation operators around the world for knowledge sharing and also for non-for-profit peer partnerships. Now, if we look at the SDGs, and we really want to see how to accelerate these SDGs, is one of the things we have to realize is that we have to localize the SDGs. We have to take the SDGs to the lowest local level possible. And that is, we have to start working much more with the local authorities, the community groups, city leaders, and of course also the operators working at the local level. And it's only if we bring those local actors together can we really speed up the delivery of the SDGs, specifically SDG 6. Now, of course, capacity of essential service providers has to be strengthened. Many of these local operators are struggling in terms of capacity, in terms of their financial viability. So if we strengthen this, we have to, and the idea is really to bring together these different operators to work with each other in terms of South-South cooperation, North-South, and also triangular cooperation of building capacity amongst these operators. And the idea is really to build a resident capacity amongst the water and sanitation operator staff, and not really to substitute the capacity, but really to enhance this capacity at the local level. Which will result that these local actors are actually much more self-sufficient and resilient and prepared for unforeseen events and also tackling future challenges. Now, through these dedicated partnerships amongst utilities, staff connect directly through technical and at managerial and technical levels. And they also learn to address problems in a hands-on way. And during this COVID pandemic, we've actually sort of really enhanced also virtual partnerships. Before they were all sort of in-person and trips, and actually connecting utilities virtually has been quite a strengthening. And so, of course, with this initiative, we can strengthen the capacity and, of course, also share experiences of having pro-poor extension of services to the people who are currently unserved or underserved, and of course, also improving the water quality. One of the larger challenges of the utilities is really the financial viability of utilities.
Could you please wrap up? Sorry to interrupt you. We're running rather late, and the organizers need to continue.
Increases
Thank you.
And improves, and a lot of the utilities can sort of apply better cost recovery approaches.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zikos, for your intervention. And Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we've arrived to the end of this session. Before I hand over to the main moderator, I want to sincerely thank all the panelists. And the two key messages is water is everybody's business. So therefore, developing capacities is really critical at all levels. Integrated, holistic, and cross-sectoral approaches are needed. Now, I would like to sincerely thank the government of Germany and especially the Honourable Minister, the Federal Ministry of Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety for bringing us all here together. I'd like to hand over now to the main moderator. Over to you, and thank you to GIZ and all our panelists. Apologies if we need to cut you, but we're really running short. Over to you, the main moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Shamila Nair Bedouel, the Assistant Director General for Natural Sciences at UNESCO. And indeed, Shamila, as you pointed out, time is of the essence here. We have a packed schedule here. Thank you so much for being mindful of that fact and for expertly leading that panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we've already talked about finance, we've talked about data and information, and we just heard on the topic of capacity development. But water crisis is also, if not foremost, a governance crisis. In fact, behind me, once again, you see a visual illustration from the Water Dialogues discussion. Governance, a very pertinent, important subject matter when it comes to the Water Dialogues. And to kick off this segment, we will start with an interview with the Australian Ambassador for the Environment, Jamie Isbister. This interview was led and conducted by the Australian government's representative on the Dialogue Steering Committee, Tony Slater, and we'll have a look at the interview now.
Welcome, Ambassador. I have some questions for you. Let's start with the most basic question. Why is Australia involved in Water Dialogues for Results?
Well, thanks, Tony. Look, first of all, I just wouldn't mind starting by just acknowledging the traditional landowners that we are meeting or interviewing here today, the Ngunnawal people, and particularly acknowledging their history on this land, the wisdom, the custodianship that they've had of not just the land, but the water sources and the rivers, which we know are so critical to our future. But look, I'm pleased to be involved because water fundamentally underpins so much of what we do towards, and particularly how it contributes to the Sustainable Development Goals. To this end, I want to acknowledge the German government's leadership in organising this dialogue process. We're pleased to work with Germany on important issues like this.
Ambassador, Water Dialogues for Results has produced messages on governance, addressing national, subnational, as well as multilateral and UN level governance. Why do you think these are important?
Yeah, look, it's a good question, Tony, in terms of thinking how do you use the subnational and national roles in things. But water governance is essential for two main reasons. It's essential for the acceleration, and it's essential for the sustainability of water for communities. I'll talk about acceleration first. The reasons why we are not on track globally to achieve the water and sanitation goals relates to governance, or lack of. I'm talking about issues like prioritising public investment, or creating the environment for private investment, regulatory frameworks for water allocation, the use and structure and empowerment of public institutions. Governance reform can be difficult. It involves balancing different needs of stakeholders. We know from our experience in Australia how difficult it can be, as said, the scarcity of water, how that's allocated across different priorities, particularly between food production, industry, municipal housing needs, and giving water back or ensuring there's adequate water for the environment. We know how hard it can be for governments to look at valuing and pricing water so it's valued by the users and not just wasted. And at the same time ensuring that the most disadvantaged communities are also served. And that brings me to the second point, which is that good governance is essential for locking in progress. It's essential for making sure water is accessible for all and it's sustainable for our future. So by developing governance arrangements that are inclusive, that can adapt to social or different economic environmental challenges is critical, particularly if we're going to address the challenges of climate change and achieve the Sustainable Development Goal 6.
And how about the multilateral process on water? Can you talk a bit more about why this is important in your view?
Yeah, well, look, it's a good question. I think looking at how we tackle water issues requires us to look at what we're doing in our local community, what we're doing nationally, but also what we're doing globally. So while water must be managed at local and national levels, we all have interests in how we, as neighbours and trading partners, are managing the water under our control. If you're affected by how well the economy and the society of your partner countries are performing, then you'll be affected by how well they are managing their water resources.
Yes, it's a very interesting area of multilateral work for all these reasons. So what do you see as the most important steps that governments can take on governance to accelerate SDG 6?
Look, it's probably not for me to comment on the circumstances of other governments, but thinking about from Australia's experience, I'd say that one of the key government's messages from the Bonn dialogues is about the need to respond to increased uncertainty with more cooperation. So as we face more challenges, how do we actually bring that common understanding together? So the cooperation between institutions and governments and communities is strong enough to deal with those differences that emerge. And I just think this is a really important message. So as I said, without this cooperation, the risk is that you lose. So those who need access, the most vulnerable, often get excluded. and you end up getting a situation where water is not being utilised in the most efficient and most important sustainable ways for a community longer term. So look, in our own workplaces and marketplaces, water supports, as we know, agriculture, industry, energy and productivity. In our own households, you think about it, we need it to manage our own sort of day-to-day living. We need hospitals and schools, need safe access to water. It's critical to our daily health and hygiene and fundamentally to a clean environment. So all over the world, water has enormous cultural and religious value. So how you bring all that together, you need the integrated and cooperative government systems that we've been talking about. Governments can do this. They can work across the sectors and communities. They can engage in inclusive reforms that involve communities, including women and girls, Indigenous organisations, people with disabilities. But you need that fora and those governance systems to support that. I mean, I just want to briefly talk about the importance of gender, because I think, we know in many countries that unfortunately water and education and food security, often girls and women are often excluded from it. So for us, it's a real priority in our international water partnerships. How do we ensure that that in the design of programs, thinking about water security, that gender equality is absolutely essential to that. Equally, access to clean water and sanitation, freeing up time needed for water collection, advances maternal and child health, and improves personal safety and dignity. So if communities are not involved in how water is managed, then we're not going to get the best outcomes. And again, we're not going to successfully achieve SDG 6.
Look, thank you very much, Ambassador Jamie Isbester. On behalf of the Australian government, we thank this conference for the opportunity to join in this, and we wish all participants the best of success.
Yeah, look, thank you very much. And I just want a shout out to colleagues in Germany. We have a long-standing history of working together on water issues in the multilateral framework, and increasingly looking at how do we collectively deal with the challenges we're faced with climate change, both from a mitigation and adaptation perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. The shout out has been well received indeed. Thank you to the Australian Ambassador for the Environment, Jamie Isbester, and of course Tony Slater for conducting this interview, for kicking off this segment on the topic of governance. We covered a lot of ground, you would agree. Now we move to the very last topic of today's conference, namely innovation. Let's face it, the water sector has long had an image of perhaps being old, conservative, not flexible, and perhaps even a bit boring. But the visual illustrations and depictions you see behind me show and prove that the water sector is actually more innovative than one might think. For the panel now, following panel on the topic of innovation, it's my great pleasure to hand over to the Deputy Executive Director for Programs at UNICEF, Omar Abdi, who will now take over in this segment on this panel, highlighting and focusing on the topic of innovation. Omar Abdi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, afternoon, evening, Excellencies, distinguished guests. I convey at the outset my sincere appreciation to the Federal Republic of Germany for convening this important and timely event today. Water, as we have heard, is a connector. It is essential for every aspect of children's lives, their survival, health, nutrition, and education. When water, sanitation, and hygiene are insufficiently available, the effects are devastating. Today, WHO and UNICEF launched a new report, Progress on Household Drinking Water, Sanitation and Hygiene 2000 to 2020. The report shows that the current rate of progress must quadruple to reach the global target of universal access to water and sanitation by 2030. The world is still dramatically off track towards achieving SDG 6, and many of the child-related sustainable development goals, leaving children to face unprecedented challenges. We know, and it can be easy to say, that accelerating progress is more urgent, and we now need to go even faster than ever before. But practically speaking, how can we do this? To put it simply, we will need to do what has not been done before. built on evidence and traditional knowledge, to go beyond our sectoral boundaries to lead new and better solutions at large scale. UNICEF has actively contributed to the development of the SDG 6 Global Acceleration Framework as Vice Chair of UN Water. We have used it to guide the development of our own new strategic plan 2022-2025. Each of the 5 accelerators of SDG 6 can help member states and partners accelerate progress. One of these critical accelerators is innovation. Innovation is about matching today's challenges with tomorrow's solutions. Innovation in science, ICT, emerging technologies, ways of working, governance and business models can significantly improve water resources and sanitation development and management. Sharing and disseminating research and innovation will provide an enabling environment for new, sustainable solutions to achieving SDG 6 and with a focus to benefit those left behind. For UNICEF, this means investing in and applying innovation to realize our ambitions for an imagined world for children and young people. We are investing together with partners to develop a pipeline of water and sanitation innovations that will help the sector do things differently, faster, more effectively, and together with children and young people. And today, I am very pleased to introduce you an outstanding panel of distinguished speakers who will share with us what they believe are the key challenges, opportunities, and specific innovative approaches to accelerate progress to reach our global targets. Each speaker will give a 3-minute speech in a sequence of thought-provoking ideas and actions. And since we are behind schedule, I request our panelists to stick to the time given. So let's start. It is now my honor to invite our first speaker, the Minister of Environment of Peru, Mr. Gabriel Quijandria. Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias. En primer lugar, quiero agradecer al Ministerio Alemán de Medio Ambiente, Protección de la Naturaleza y Seguridad Nuclear por esta invitación para acompañarlos, saludar a mis compañeros del panel y a todos quienes nos están siguiendo en este intercambio tan importante. En el Perú el agua siempre ha sido y sigue siendo un tema muy relevante de atención, principalmente debido a una situación de asimetría en la distribución.
A situation of the access to water. To say very clearly, 70% of our population is located in the eastern side of the Andes, western side of the Andes. We're looking towards the Pacific. And so we have difficulties with the water resources that we have in our country. At the same time, we are a country which is highly vulnerable to the effects of climate change, with a very high concentration of tropical glaciers that have started to lose their coverage. We've actually seen recently that we've lost about 50% of the glacial mass that we had compared to 1970. We saw that from a research study. And we've also seen that we've had other economic situations which have made the situation worse, where we've seen a greater increase in water consumption because of the increased economic growth in the country, growth in cities, inadequate management of the water resources as well. And so the policies which are linked to reinforcing a focus on an integrated management of water as a component for innovation are very relevant, both in the area of the increase in the supply of water, but also the management on the demand of water, with a focus that tries to have a cross-cutting approach through all different sectors, all different levels of the government, and also involving actors from civil society. As regards innovation, in the Peruvian case and in the Ministry for Environment, we've been working on a very interesting logic, which is to look backwards. What we try to do is to go back and recover knowledge that we had from the Andean civilizations, which is which was the center of this culture in Peru. And we've been looking at the solutions based in nature. So we've tried to recover this role that the ecosystems played in the provision of quantity and quality of water to ensure that there is enough to fulfill the needs of cities such as Lima that has 10 million inhabitants, similar to Paris or London, but located in a desert. It's the second largest city in the world that's located in a desert after Cairo. So to finish, I just wanted to give you a very specific example, the recovery of Andean areas that were linked to extraction of minerals, to be able to use the resources in the city. And we've been working with the Ministry of the Environment, Ministry of Agriculture, to ensure that we have drinking water in Lima with a multi-sectoral focus. Basically, what we're trying to do is find innovations for things that have been developing through new infrastructures, but looking backwards, looking at the traditional experiences and traditional cultural experiences of how we dealt with water in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for sharing us those useful examples of innovation. I now invite Ms. Xiaowen Charlene Ren, the 2020 UNEP Young Champions of the Earth for Asia and the Pacific. Ms. Ren, you have the mic.
Yeah. Hi, thank you, everyone. I'm Xiaoyuan Charlene Ren, and I am the founder of MyH2O. We are a network that works collectively with young people to bring clean water solutions, mostly to rural communities in need across China. So like many developing economies, China's improvement of water environment quality is under its way. It's growing rapidly, but there are still a number of villages that are really lacking access to clean water resources and awareness. There are definitely still places where water has been polluted beyond their capacity to recover. And that's where our organization and its innovative ideas come in. We're actually working with a nationwide of young volunteers, mostly from universities across China. We're sending them into the rural communities during their summer and winter breaks to test the water quality, to carry out awareness campaigns with the villagers and the local schools, and eventually mapping out this information on a common data platform. So then our volunteer-based data map is now acting as a hub to support these villages in finding the resources they need to improve their local water schemes. And also this mapping platform can help track the ongoing progress in each communities where solutions are already delivered. So many of our young volunteers have also fundraised on our platform to help bring water stations, water purifiers, water reservoirs to the communities really in need, and are able to track that progress on our mapping platform as well. And so far, we've already worked with over hundreds of university teams across China, collecting data over thousands of villages and delivering clean water solutions to tens of thousands of beneficiaries. So I'm really standing here with the hope, together with all the young volunteers that we work with, all of our field workers, and all of our village beneficiaries. And we're really calling and hoping for more actions and support for innovative ideas under the SDG 6. So let the young people be involved. Let the citizen scientists, let the data scientists who are willing to help collect data be involved. And let the NGOs who are coming up with these interesting schemes and mapping all these resources, let them be involved as well. And so it's only then that these collective efforts come together that we really have more hope to catch up with what we've already been lagging behind in the implementation of the Safe Water and Sanitation for All scheme. And that's what I'm trying to say here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ren. Can't agree more with you. And thanks for reminding us the important role of young people in finding solutions to some of the challenges we are facing. I now invite to the floor Ms. Marianne Kleiberg. Marianne is the Managing Director, Europe, the Nature Conservancy. Do you have the floor, Ms. Kleiberg?
You and distinguished panel and excellencies. I'm so pleased to address this important event, and I thank the German Federal Ministry of Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety for inviting me. Water requires a systemic approach. Improving cross-sectoral implementation through innovation requires that we incorporate evidence from science in water decision-making and investments, that we foster collaboration among stakeholders for effective governance, and enhance water dimensions of a national determined contribution. I would like to point at 2 examples of innovations that can accelerate transformation. First, investing in nature-based solutions to manage and restore freshwater ecosystems can help mitigate the impacts of flooding. Climate change impacts water cycle, affecting quality and availability. Flooding is of particularly great concern. With support from the International Climate Initiative of the German Ministry of the Environment, we have recently launched a report which assesses how and where flooding will change throughout this century. Science shows us that climate change is predicted to significantly increase the frequency and severity of floods around most of the globe. This will put 2 billion people and 23% of the world's croplands at serious risk. The good news is that nature can play a key role in reducing some of these impacts. Nature-based solutions like wetlands can act as sponges to absorb excess water in a landscape and to reduce flooding. Second, merging ecosystem-based adaptation with integrated water resource management can help achieve greater climate resilience in watersheds. Through the SDGs, countries seek to deliver priorities on food, water, energy, and income security to all. Integrated water resource management can be an effective process to promote coordinated management and development, especially in transboundary basins. Healthy freshwater ecosystems are needed to safeguard global water resources in the face of climate change. Ecosystem-based adaptation can help deploy solutions for water security. Integrating green and grey infrastructure planning can build resilience in ecological systems across the nexus of water, land, ocean, and climate. Examples from Peru, Colombia, Mexico, Kenya, and Tanzania, among others, showcase how investments in nature can secure water availability, for example, through water funds, and how policies and conservation payment mechanisms enable climate change mitigation and adaptation goals. Investing in nature can deliver multiple benefits in freshwater ecosystems. We need to work across sectors to implement large-scale and coordinated nature-based programs to fully realize the benefits for nature and for people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kleiberg. I'd now like to invite our last speaker, the chair of AGWA, a professor for civil and environmental engineering, Mr. Casey Brown. Mr. Brown, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for your attention. This session is entitled Innovation Accelerate, and when I think of the immensity of the challenge of meeting SDG 6, I wonder, are we asking too much of innovation? I certainly understand the motivation. We see technology disrupting industries affecting every walk of life. Why not water? In water, we use the same technology for the most part that we used in the 19th century, chlorine, piped water, standpipes. So why not innovation in water? To understand the barriers to innovation, we need to look at the life cycle of a startup, because this is the key driver of innovation in every sector. A startup is a group of people searching for a business model for their solution. I'm the co-founder of 2 active water tech startups, and I've been through 3 accelerators, and I have a sense for the challenges that startups face. There are 2 top reasons that startups fail. Either there's no market for their product, or they run out of money. The lack of market for the product is the top reason that startups fail, and this might be a surprise. In academia, if you come up with an idea for something new, all you have to do is convince a couple of your friends and an objective reviewer or 2 that it's a good idea. But in the real world, it doesn't work like that. Someone has to be willing to pay for it. That's where accelerators come in. They help startups with solutions to find their market, what's called the product market fit. You do this by hypothesis testing, getting in the field and talking to customers until you understand what they need. Let me give you an example. One of my startups is called Powwater. You can see the information behind me. We went through the World Food Program Accelerator in Munich with funding from the Gates Foundation and great coaching from UNICEF. Powwater is a digital distribution system that uses mobile technology to deliver safe drinking water to the homes of people who do not have piped water service. This eliminates the need for maintaining and expanding expensive distribution systems and the inevitable loss of water that results from leaks and illicit connections. This sounds like a great idea, and it is, but is it really a scalable solution? There's only one way to find out, and we're testing it right now in Mombasa, Kenya, and interested in testing it in new locations. Contact us if you're interested. But after the accelerator comes the next key challenge, running out of money. This is critical for a technology startup because it takes time and money to mature the technology, and it's especially difficult for water tech startups. Typically, venture capital funds startups through this phase, but for water tech startups, the customer is usually governments, and venture capital doesn't like startups that sell to governments because it often takes too long to make those sales. So the real challenge that we have is a lack of venture capital. We have great solutions with markets that want them, but we need capital to grow. Now, every good pitch ends with an ask. I started with the question, are we asking too much of innovation? But I think the right question actually is, are we asking too little? Let's ask more of innovation. Let's ask startups to accelerate achievement of SDG 6. But for this, we need your help. We need to find the funding for venture capital that right now is the biggest impediment to innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Brown, for sharing with us those practical examples and for provoking our thoughts. This has been a very rich discussion. We've heard from a diverse group of leaders who are already leading solutions to accelerate our progress on meeting our global goals for water and sanitation. Innovative solutions, as we've heard, like these need our support to reach their full potential. Governments, private sector, civil society, young people all have a critical role to play. Let me conclude by congratulating again Germany for your leadership convening today's high-level meeting. This is important in the context of the forthcoming midterm review of the Water Action Decade in 2023, the first UN conference on water and sanitation in almost 50 years. Back to you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you, Omar Abdi from UNICEF and your wonderful panel. I very much second what you said. This has been a very rich discussion which you led. Thank you so much for expertly moderating it, and thank you to our panelists and your panelists, of course, for their valuable insights. Well, I think throughout the past 3 hours, one thing has become abundantly clear. Accelerating cross-sectoral action on SDG 6 is not a sprint, but a marathon. And we just heard numerous times, and rightly so, that it takes more than one actor to carry the messages and spur the action. So it is now time to pass on the German lead to the next runner, if you will. And for that, I welcome once again the German Minister for Environment, Svenja Schulze, as well as Liu Zhemin, the UN Undersecretary General of the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, for the official handover of the Water Dialogue's key messages and recommendations. They will all serve as an input towards the midterm review conference of the Water Action Decade. Minister Schulze, for the official handover, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Liu Zhemin, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank all the speakers for your informative contributions. You have explained what needs to be done to accelerate action on SDG 6 and highlighted how this can be achieved. You have also made it clear that we will only make swift progress if we all pull together, countries, regions, international organizations, and all stakeholders must join in cross-sectoral cooperation. We've also seen the key role that international initiatives can play when translated into action. The International Decade for Action, Water for Sustainable Development, and the United Nations SDG 6 Accelerator Framework are just two examples. In organizing the water dialogue, Germany took the principles of the 2030 agenda to heart. For this event, we choose a format which enables as many as possible to bring their different views and solutions to the discussion. We worked in cross-sectoral cooperation to develop joint ideas, to leverage synergies and move away from silo mentality. We are identifying ways to accelerate action which leaves no one behind. And we know that this is just the beginning. Now it is time to pass on the baton. Liu Zhenmin, to you as a co-coordinator with UN Water of preparations for the midterm review conference in 2023, and to governments of Tajikistan and the Netherlands as co-host, I hereby hand over the key messages and recommendations from the water dialogue for results process. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all governments and actors that have already pledged their support for the key messages, and I can encourage other governments to declare their support as well. You can still do this up to the 15th of August this year, either using the contact details given in the invitations or via our conference website. Every new supporter lends additional weight to the key messages and policy recommendations. This will reinforce our position for the midterm review and is an incentive to really implement the water-related SDGs by 2030. And now I'd like to hand over to Liu Zhenmin, and you will take it. And Germany will continue to provide both political and financial assistance for the preparations. You reached it. It needs a little bit of time. So our experience gained from many years of commitment, international action in the field of water will further inform the preparation process. We still have a long way to go, but together we will reach our destination, and together we will turn dialogue into results. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Well, wonderful. The handover has just been completed. Yes, it takes some time sometimes for the paper to arrive from Europe to the US, but flawlessly now the document has been handed over, and this, of course, is a wonderful image, if you will, of the wonderful work that Germany has been doing and passing on the baton, passing on the responsibility. The work still is not finished. Mr. Zhenmin, if you can hear us.
Thank you, moderator. Your Excellency, Minister Schulz, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored and pleased to join you today to receive the key messages of this water conference. That's it, I'm holding it for the messages. I wish to commend the German Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, and Nuclear Safety for organizing this virtual high-level ministerial conference and the preparatory dialogue series on behalf of the German federal government. The key messages and recommendations handed over to me just right now will significantly support the preparations towards the 2023 UN Water Decade Conference. I thank all participants for their contributions to these key messages. The conference in 2023 provides an important opportunity to take stock and escalate action to reach the water and sanitation related goals and targets, which we all know are severely off track. Many of the distinguished speakers today have shared valuable insights of what needs to happen to accelerate implementation of SDG 6 and related targets. First, we need to quadruple our efforts to achieve universal access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene, which currently billions of people lack. Second, we need a cross-sectoral approach supported by the requisite policies and institutions to make SDG 6 everyone's business. Third, we need to optimize financing to triple our investments to reach SDG 6 by 2030. Fourth, we need greater access to information and data to better implement and track progress on water-related measures. And fifth, we need to develop sustainable capacities and scale up innovative solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2020, the UN system launched the SDG 6 Global Acceleration Framework as a unifying initiative. Its aim is to deliver fast results at an increased scale. The 5 accelerators identified in the framework, which this conference today builds on, will improve support for national progress on SDG 6. All stakeholders were called upon to galvanize actions around these areas. Indeed, it is encouraging to see the movement it has created. The United Nations system committed to implement the framework and has already started with concrete actions, including SDG 6 Capacity Development Initiative, SDG 6 Acceleration Action Platform, and the yearly SDG 6 special event at the High-Level Political Forum for Sustainable Development, just to name a few. The High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, which my department, UNDESA, serves as Secretariat, provides a dynamic platform for regular dialogue, stock-taking, and agenda setting to advance sustainable development. Every year, the Forum, at the main UN platform on sustainable development, adopts an intergovernmental negotiated declaration, which provides political leadership, guidance, and recommendations for sustainable development. Member States have stressed the need to enhance the consultative role and participation of the major groups and other relevant stakeholders at the international level to make better use of their expertise. My department, UNDESA, stands ready to continue to support your involvement and looks forward to welcoming you next week at the High-Level Political Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference today was a significant milestone in the preparatory process towards the 2023 UN Water Decade Conference. Earlier this year, as you are all aware, the President of the UN General Assembly organized a high-level meeting on water. It is exciting to see such interest and movement and momentum towards the 2023 conference. UNDESA stands ready to support the co-hosts Tajikistan and the Netherlands to make 2023 conference a great success. We count on active engagement of all for ambitious and inclusive conference. Let me once again thank the government of Germany and all stakeholders for their leadership and continued support to the preparatory process. My department, UNDESA, remains committed to working with you all in the coming year. I thank you.
Thank you, Liu Jiamin, the UN Under-Secretary General of the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, and of course the German Minister for Environment, Svenja Schulze. This wraps up the virtual handing over of the outcome documents, and we very much thank both speakers for this highlight of the conference. Thank you so much. Well, Liu Jiamin just called today's conference a milestone in the quest, in the context of water dialogues. I can only agree, but I think it's become abundantly clear throughout the past 3 hours that much work has already been done, wonderful, important work has already been completed and accomplished, but the work, of course, is far from finished. To look at the next steps, to look at the way forward, I would now like to ask the heads of the Working Group for Water Management at the German Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature, Conservation and Nuclear Safety, Thomas Strattenberg, to join me here on stage. Mr. Strattenberg, you've been an integral part, not just in this conference, but the whole process.
Yeah, thank you, Ali Aslan, for your excellent conduction of today's program. And I'm very much happy to take over from you for the rest of the program, which is still lying ahead. Thank you very much, and a bit of virtual applause for you.
Thank you so much. The pleasure has been all mine, and the floor is all yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, also a warm welcome from my side. We will now turn to an important success factor for our dialogue process and also beyond, and that is political support. Already throughout the water dialogue process, it became quite clear there are many supporters for a call to accelerate action on SDG 6 cross-sectoral implementation. We will now get to know a number of them. And I'm very proud that we can start off with Monsieur Le Drian, the Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of France, who already confirmed that France embraces the key messages and recommendations going towards 2023. Thank you very much for that. The floor is yours, Minister.
Parce qu'elle est nécessaire à la vie humaine, l'eau est l'un de nos...
Because water is necessary for human life, it is one of our most precious common goods, if not the most precious. However, entire regions of our planet are still suffering from serious water poverty. According to WHO, 1 in 3 people in the world do not have access to safe water. In 2019, 2 million people died due to lack of access to safe water, hygiene and sanitation. These unbearable inequalities compound all the others. They threaten the food and nutritional security of populations and are an obstacle to economic development. They deprive many adults and children of a fundamental right, the right to drinking water and sanitation, recognized by the United Nations as essential for the full enjoyment of life and the exercise of all human rights. In 2015, the international community recognized the importance of the problem, making access to water and sanitation for all and sustainable management of water resources the 6 Sustainable Development Goals to be achieved by 2030. It was indeed crucial to link both aspects, as our water resources are becoming increasingly scarce under the combined effects of climate change and uncontrolled management. But it's not only the lives of a considerable proportion of us that are at stake, nor is it just about our planet. The issue is also geopolitical. The management and sharing of water are regularly a source of tension, particularly in transboundary basins. In the future, they could lead to conflicts and large-scale migratory movements to the detriment of international stability. If this issue is not addressed properly, it could become a powerful driver of global unrest. The issue of water in all its dimensions is therefore at the heart of all the great challenges of this century, the challenges of human progress, the ecological challenge, the new challenges of peace. The conference to be organized in 2023 by the Netherlands and Tajikistan under the auspices of the UN Secretary General must mark a further step in the establishment of an effective and mutually supportive water multilateralism. This is why it was essential that we start preparing for this historic meeting, and I thank Germany for inviting France to take part in this reflection. Yes, it is essential that we can assess the road that we have to travel together to meet our responsibilities. Let's be clear. If everyone doesn't make the necessary financial efforts, if we do not give ourselves the means to better manage our resources on the basis of the Helsinki and New York conventions, then we will not succeed in achieving SDG 6 and in ensuring that water truly remains our common good. On this subject, the mobilization of everyone and cooperation of all are absolutely decisive. In France, it's said that the price of water is known when the well runs dry. Let's not wait any longer. Let's act together now. Finally, I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that you can count on my country's commitment. Just before the pandemic crisis began, we published a new international water and sanitation strategy. It will guide our efforts for the next 10 years. It has 3 priorities. First, we want to improve the governance of the water and sanitation sector from the local to the global level. At the local level, which is the watershed level, this must involve strengthening infrastructures for better management of resources and users. And at the international level, by strengthening global water governance based on the UN water mechanism in order to make the most out of the synergies that exist between the organizations involved in this issue. We also want to strengthen the security of water supply for all in a context of increasing water-related crises. We all remember the disappearance of the Aral Sea, as well the tragic shortages that hit the cities of Cape Town and Chennai. To face these challenges, climate change mitigation and adaptations are essential, and 80% of the solutions lie in water management. Finally, we want to become more efficient by favoring innovative solutions and solidarity-based financing mechanisms. In France, which is currently the 5th largest donor in the water and sanitation sector, will increase the share of its official development assistance devoted to water, sanitation and hygiene in the least developed countries. We'll, of course, uphold this commitment during the French presidency of the European Union in the first half of 2022. The beginning of next year will also be marked by the World Water Forum in Dakar, Senegal, in which France is a partner. This will be a decisive stage in our efforts to prepare for the 2023 summit, and I hope to see many of you there with determination.
Thank you so much, Minister Le Drian, for your supporting words. Your support is highly appreciated, and we are very much looking forward to our future cooperation. We now move to the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I'm happy to welcome live Madame Yves Basaiba Massoudi, Vice Prime Minister with responsibility for environment and sustainable development. Madam, the floor is yours.
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much indeed. Of course, the Democratic Republic of Congo supports the recommendations aiming at accelerating implementation of SDGs, and in particular SDG 6, water management. We would like to take this opportunity of thanking the German government for involving us in this preparatory conference in the run-up to the 2023 conference. I'd like to welcome the initiative taken by Mrs. Schulze. Of course, our country supports these recommendations. Why? Well, because when it comes to water, DRC has great potential. 10% of the world's freshwater reserves are in the DRC. 52% of the world's water reserves for Africa. It's a huge responsibility, and therefore we have a great potential, but we have a lot of responsibilities when it comes to the survival of mankind. Therefore, since 2015, DRC has initiated a number of innovative programs. We first set up the institutional framework. We have an environment and Sustainable Development Ministry in charge of developing water resources. We also have a Ministry for Energy that is in charge of water use, storage, distribution, etc. In 2015, as I said, the legal framework was established. We passed legislation on water management, and a number of innovative components were included in that bill, in particular when it comes to PPPs. Now, water management and distribution has been opened up to the private sector. What we're looking for is quality. We want quality water, drinkable water. We want to extend access to water for the population, especially in rural areas. And also, we want to make water a priority, in particular drinking water, because water is life. We've innovated. Now the state has to guarantee that the population has a fair access to water, in particular women and children. Let's not forget women and children. There are waterborne diseases, and there are a number of armed conflicts in DRC. Often women fall victim to violence when they go and collect water, drink water for the population. And the little girls leave schools. There's a great deal of school dropout because these little girls have to walk for miles and miles on end looking for water, collecting water. As I said, we've innovated, and for example, now there is an obligation to conclude agreements on shared water. DRC shares a number of tributaries, waterways with neighboring countries, in particular Congo, and we are part of the initiative Bassin 10,000. We have a number of challenges to face. One of them is climate change. Climate change has an impact on water, on access to water. As we said, it's one of the challenges. Quality and governance of water, protection and sanitation. And there's a lot of waste. We have a standing level of rainwater. We collect a lot of rainfall, but a lot of water is wasted. And certainly, it's one of the challenges we need to face in the DRC, not to mention the management of wastewater. I've talked about the potential of water. It's huge, but what we're missing is technologies. We need technologies to be able to manage water rationally, to improve the quality of water, and to be able to supply water across our territory with a view to improving, in general, or generally speaking, access to water. This is, in a nutshell, what I wanted to say about water. My country, the DRC, as I said, is committed to improving water management. As I said before, a huge potential means a huge responsibility vis-à-vis mankind. We don't want water to be a source of conflict. On the contrary, we want it to be a source of peace because water is life. Thank you.
Minister, for your supporting words and also for highlighting the challenges your country is facing. As we already heard and will hear later on, today's conference is just a starting point for a series of different conferences and dialogues on water until 2023. One of them is the Cairo Water Week, which will take place from the 24th to the 28th of October this year. For this reason, I would now like to give the floor to Mohamed Abdel Atti, Minister of Water Resources and Irrigation of Egypt. Minister, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to attend this important event for Water Dialogue for Results, as well as I'd like to thank the German government for inviting me to attend this very important meeting. In a snapshot, I'll give an overview of the situation of the water management in Egypt and to what extent are we prepared to deal with climate change impacts as well as fulfill different needs of water. Egypt is a hyper-arid country. It has a very scarce rainfall, few hours a year, as well as its dependency ratio on the transboundary or international waterways is about 97%. We are relying on the Nile water for our water resources, and also the groundwater is a shared aquifer, the Nubian sandstone. Also, Egypt is vulnerable to climate change that will result in heat waves, as well as the increase of sea level rise that will affect the delta region. It will create about inundation of about 1/3 of the delta. This will result in resettlement of about 4 million persons outside the delta region, and this is another threat that we are facing. The main challenge that we are facing currently is the unilateral action of the Ethiopian government in building the GERD dam, which will have severe impact on the downstream countries, especially if we are not able to get to a final binding agreement on filling and operation of the GERD to secure different needs of the three countries, Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia. But so far, after 10 years of negotiations, we are not able to reach this step. The water balance in Egypt is, we are facing about 90% deficit of between the available and the needs, and we fulfill this deficit by recycling about 33% of the water, by reuse the treated sewage water as well as agricultural drainage water, with salinity that reaches up to 7,000 ppm, and this brings the Egyptian water management efficiency is one of the best in the world as well as the highest in Africa in terms of efficiency and productivity. Also, we fill the deficit by virtual water. We import wheat. We are the biggest importer of wheat. We import about 12 million tons of wheat every year, and oil and other agricultural products that we are not able to cultivate in Egypt due to water scarcity. This deficit is about 34 billion cubic meter, 60% of the renewable water resources. And this also another burden that put to the Egyptian water management. Also, the reduction of, let's say, 1 billion cubic meter of water that reaches Egypt will bring about 200,000 acres of land out of agriculture due to inavailability of water resources. And this land belongs to smallholders, the poorest in the country, where about 40 million Egyptians are relying on agriculture. So 1 billion will bring about 200,000 families out of income, and the family size is about 5 persons per family. This means that 1 million person will be out of income. That will bring them to vulnerability, either to the terror groups and brainwashed to fight in the south or create social unrest in Egypt, or increase the illegal migration to Europe and to the east. And this is another challenge that faces the water resources management. We brought all these challenges and converted them to a national strategy of water management that have four pillars. The first pillar is increasing water use efficiency. The second pillar is improving water quality. The third pillar is developing new water resources. The fourth pillar is enabling environment in terms of laws, capacity building, awareness. And we converted this strategy into a national water resources plan that will cost us, it is 2017 to 2037. This will cost us about almost $100 billion to meet the existing challenges. We converted this plan into major projects like canal lining, and I believe it is the biggest in the world. We are planning to line about 20,000 kilometers long, as well as we have finished 2,000 kilometers long. We are planning to improve and enhance the agricultural methods. We will convert from flood irrigation into drip irrigation, and this will bring more efficiency increase to our water system. Though our efficiency is high, but we are keen to increase it 3 to 5% more. In fact, one of the key challenges is the financial resources. We have to mobilize this big number of $100 billion to meet the existing challenges. In conclusion, The key messages that I'd like to convey is that Egypt is a hyper-arid country. We're relying on the Nile for about 97% of our water, and this brings us to a threat under vulnerability to any unilateral action, especially from Ethiopia in relation to the Gerd Dam. The second challenge is the vulnerability of the Delta, and we need to have the support of the international world to save the Delta region and also secure the livelihood of 4 million persons. The third key message is that we are open for cooperation with any country, especially in the Nile Basin, and we have proven that with different activities that we are conducting, either building dams or constructing projects that help the development of these countries in a beneficial matter between Egypt and the other countries, except Ethiopia that they are insisting to have unilateral action. We are in great deal to mobilize resources for financing our future water plan. We need to secure our societies from water scarcity, otherwise it will have great impact on the surrounding countries and also on Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your statement, and all success for implementing your plans, and all success for the Cairo Water Week. It is now my pleasure to welcome live to our conference the Minister for Energy of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the former founding director of UNO Flores in Dresden, Germany, Reza Adakhanian. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thanks to the Ministry of Environment, Nature, Conservation and Air Safety of Federal Republic of Germany for organizing this important and fruitful international conference on water in line with promoting the foundations of sustainable development in the international community, and a special appreciation to Madam Schulze, Honorable Minister of BMUB, and special thanks to our moderator, Thomas Stautenberg, whom I worked with for a decade in UN Water community as well as United Nations University. One of our most important measures and achievements in improving the implementation of water resources management has been the drafting of the water law bill and restructuring of water sector, as well as development of first national program for adaptation of water scarcity and water consumption management in Iran, which I am pleased to brief you accordingly under umbrella of SDG 6. Given the current important and growing needs and challenges of the water sector, as well as the new approaches to water governance, the current law in the country hasn't been capable enough to legally support current issues and create the necessary basis for proper governance of water by the government, especially in extreme conditions such as floods and droughts, which all led to serious hamstrings from the perspective. In this regard, the Ministry of Energy, which is in charge of water and electricity in Iran, has carried out the revision through a secretariat for drafting the new water law bill by garnering global experiences and relevant documents and laws, designing a mechanism for communication with the stakeholders based on standard and international methods. This bill is about to be submitted to the lawmakers in the parliament for their approval. The second contribution is country water management restructuring related to SDG 6.5 and 6.6, among other measures that have been taken in order to achieve optimal governance and establishment of integrated water management has been the restructuring of water sector and fully establish a new structure to achieve these goals. First, management based on hydrological boundaries and watershed, and try to reduce social tensions, increase the role and participation of NGOs, as well as decentralization in the structure of cross-sectoral water management. Second is strengthening the role and position of the Supreme Water Council in the country as the highest policy-making body in Iran. The third is strengthening the non-structural software and social approaches in the management of country's water sector and establishing formal structure and mechanism in the social spheres and public participation, as well as strengthening the status of water economy. The third one is development of first national program for adaptation of water scarcity and water consumption management in Iran related to SDG 6.5 and 6.4. In recent years, the government of Islamic Republic of Iran has recognized the fact that the sustainability of water resources can only be achieved if all stakeholders in the field of water prioritize interdisciplinary activities and provide effective intervention for water consumers and general public in water consumption management in the agenda. This led to the establishment of a national working group on water scarcity adaptation. The result of 3 years of endeavors of this working group was preparing the development and approval of the first national program for water consumption management and adaptation to water scarcity in Iran for each and every 31 provinces in the country. Also, we have achieved some development in water and sanitary sewage system related to SDG 6, establishment and upgrading more than 662 water laboratories in the country. Also, access to 99.7% of urban population and 82.7% of rural population to potable drinking water in 2017 is another achievement and action of the Ministry of Energy in order to implement the SDG 6 goals. By end of 2020, in our country, 52.5% of urban population are covered by sewage facilities and benefit from these important services. The collected wastewater is treated by 242 urban wastewater treatment plants and returned to the water cycle. But also we have some challenges and problems. Number one, same as many other places in the world, is a COVID-19 pandemic and increase in water consumption as well as wastewater production. And number two, not in many places, is international sanctions and economic problems arising from it and also impacting water and wastewater activities and providing services for all. At the end, I appreciate the organizers of this virtual conference and also participation of water and wastewater actors from different countries, institutions, and international organizations. It is expected that the achievements of these international collaborations will be the herald of the development of financial, technological, logistic knowledge and technology, as well as consulting services, the creation of appropriate platform and capacities, as well as the sharing of the new social approaches for a better management and governance in water and sanitation sector in developing countries. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Reza Ardakanian, for your words.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre Reza Ardakanian, pour vos propos. J'ai à présent le plaisir de donner la parole à M. Karl-Hermann Gustav Schlettwein, ministre de l'Agriculture, de l'eau et de la réforme agraire de la Namibie et président du Conseil des ministres africains sur l'eau. Je vous donne donc la parole.
Thank you very much for the floor. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with the compliments of Namibia and the African Minister Council on Water, AMCO, we wish to express our profound gratitude to Honorable Svenja Schulze, the Minister of the Federal Ministry of Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety of Germany, for organizing this high-level conference. The efforts of the German government in investing in water and sanitation initiatives are indeed commendable. We in Africa see this high-level ministerial conference as an important opportunity to highlight the challenges that our continent faces, but also bring to the table proposals of how better coordination and appropriately targeted financial resources have to be availed to accelerate action in implementation of SDG 6. Your Excellencies, now Africa has made progress. Almost all African countries have not yet achieved SDG 6.1 and 6.2 targets. In sub-Saharan Africa alone, over 400 million people still do not have access to basic water services. The situation is even more alarming for sanitation, as over 767 million Africans do not have access to basic sanitation and hygiene services, and over 250 million people still practice open defecation. Today, His Excellency President Kikwete has very aptly quoted the statistics reflecting these serious developmental deficits on the African continent. Despite these challenges, financial flows to the sector are not adequate and indeed declined sharply from $3.8 billion in the year 2000 to only $1.7 billion in 2017. This decline is continuing. The current financial flows are but a fraction of what actually is needed and must be significantly enhanced without pushing already vulnerable economies into debt crises. In addition, the water sector is further challenged by climate change, inadequate policies and regulatory frameworks, weak coordination among actors, weak institutional and human resource capacity, and weak monitoring, reporting and learning systems. The continent's challenge remains steep, and there is an urgent need for member states of the African Union and indeed the global world to put in place the needed strategies and policies to accelerate progress towards achieving SDG 6 for all by 2030, but equally the required financial and technology resources. The effects of climate change on water are starting to manifest themselves as an additional burden to African countries. It manifests itself through more erratic climate, resulting in frequent, more severe floods and droughts. Therefore, the Water and Climate Leaders Panel, which I have the pleasure to be part of, advocates for a more integrated water and climate agenda. We call for a global water monitoring alliance, an integrated water and climate stocktake, cooperative water and climate adaptation actions across boundaries, and long-term financing arrangements to respond to the needs. Water action is the best answer to climate change. Your Excellencies, during the African Regional Forum for Water Dialogue for Results in May this year, delegates of the 55 member states of the African Union re-emphasized that the demand for water in Africa is on an exponential increase due to increasing population growth, socio-economic development, and large-scale industrial and agricultural requirements, and groundwater remains critical to sustainable development for Africa. The Forum also recognized the various links between sustainable groundwater and transboundary water management, the essential regional and global cooperation between all stakeholders, and peace and harmonization of legislation, policies, and strategies on the continent, and has developed an 8-point action plan on water for the way forward. Your Excellencies, this is Africa's call for action to continental and global leaders. It is indeed possible, and we can do it in our lifetime with high level of political commitment and sustainable funding. Together, we can accelerate action on the implementation of SDG 6 and the achievement of the aspirations of all of us to make the world, and indeed Africa, better places. You have our support, and I thank you.
Thank you very much for your supporting words and for the...
Merci pour vos paroles de soutien et pour le soutien de l'initiative et l'appel à l'action. Nous sommes impatients de travailler ensemble dans le cadre de l'Afrique, du Forum mondial de l'eau et de l'événement de l'année prochaine. Nous allons à présent passer à l'Asie et j'ai le plaisir de donner la parole au vice-ministre. Du ministère des Ressources naturelles et de l'Environnement, Lee Kon-song.
German Federal Minister for Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety. Distinguished Minister Excellencies, I am honored to speak at this excellent initiative, Water Dialogue for Results, Bonn 2021, Accelerating Cross-Sectoral SDG 6 Implementation, hosted by the German Federal Minister for the Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety. We all agree that water resources play a crucial role in our life. Moreover, for Vietnam and many countries, water resources are of highest importance for the economic and social development of our nations. Vietnam has a dense river network, and yet it does not have an abundance of water. The amount of water generated within our country is only about 3,200 cubic meters per person per year, which is considered low compared to the regional and international average. Vietnam's water resources are under numerous pressure and challenges. The main reason it is dependent on international rivers, which more than 60% of the total surface water discharge generated outside our country, and a few months of the flood season make up to 70 to 80% of the total annual runoff. Aware of these challenges, I fully support the policy messages from Integrated Water Resources Management presented at this conference. Allow me to take this opportunity to share some Vietnam policy experience and solutions to implement the SDG 6. Firstly, we recognize that water resources is a cross-sectoral issue and need to be managed in an integrated manner and requires the full participation of stakeholders in the decision-making process. Secondly, we need to step up our effort to protect the river basin environment, restore our polluted river, and treat urban waste and wastewater. The newly enacted law on environment protection of Vietnam specific legal framework for this solution. Currently, we are also developing the National Water Resources Security Project, the National Water Resources Planning, and the Integrated River Basin Planning for Integrated Water Resources Management towards the goal of water, energy, food security, and sustainable environment protection of river basin. Thirdly, achieving the Millennium Development Goal, including the SDG 6, is an immense task that requires stronger cooperation and commitment of international community to assist countries with difficulty, lack of resources, knowledge, and technology to effectively implement the solution. In this process, not only support from developed countries in technical and financial terms are needed, but also better, stronger cooperation, data exchanging and sharing between countries sharing the same river. Vietnam has joined the Convention on the Law of Non-Navigational Use of International Watercourses in 2014. We call on upstream countries to soon join this convention to work together and share water resources on fair and square and manner for the purpose of sustainable development, contributing to the global effort for a world of sustainable development. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Le Quang Tan, for your...
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre Le Quang Tan, pour avoir exprimé votre soutien de ces messages clés. Passons au Moyen-Orient et passons à la Jordanie.
Results. I'm happy to give the floor to Mr. Ahmed Ulaimat, the Secretary General of the Water Authority of Jordan. Sir, you have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Good morning. My name is Engineer Ahmed Ali Maat. I am working at the Ministry of Water and Irrigation, Water Authority of Jordan, as the Secretary General for Water Authority of Jordan. It's my pleasure to be in the steering committee for this dialogue. First of all, actually, I would like to thank the government of Germany for the continuous support to Jordan, and also other partners working in the country of Jordan, GIZ, BGR, for also their support to the Ministry of Water and Irrigation. Water scarcity problem in Jordan is a well-known problem, and we are among the poorest country in the water resources, and it's less than 100 MCM per year, comparing with the international line, which is about 1,000 cubic meter per capita per year. My colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to convey three important messages from Jordan to my colleagues in this conference. Sustainable and innovative financing models is very important in Jordan. We are working hard to have the requested budget for an important project, which is the desalination project of Aqaba water conveyor to Amman, which is about 300 MCM per year. This project actually will serve and will help the ministry to give the water as requested for all the governorates in the country. Also, we focus on having data for the decision makers. So this data will help the ministry actually to have the required action plans to help the country to be committed according to SDG 6 all action plans. We focused also on the capacity building, and I would like to thank GIZ for their commitment to make the capacity building for the water authority and others in different water issue aspects. This will help actually the engineers to follow all the best international practices, which will be an added value to the water sector. So we see the water topic as an important one, and we would like actually to thank again the Ministry of German Ministry of Environment and the government of Germany for their commitment to support Jordan for more than 60 years. This is a good coordination between the two governments, and we hope that this will continue. I would like to thank you all and wish you all the best in this important conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ulaimat, for your statement and for highlighting why Jordan is putting so much emphasis on water. Back to the African continent. I'm delighted to welcome now His Excellency Gaston Elondou Essomba, the Minister of Water and Energy of Cameroon. Sir, you have the floor.
Merci pour la parole donnée, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs. C'est un plaisir pour moi de participer à cette rencontre au haut niveau sur le dialogue sur l'eau pour des résultats Bonn 2021. Mesdames, Messieurs, l'ODD 6 vise à garantir l'accès de tous à des services d'alimentation en eau et d'assainissement gérés de façon durable. Il couvre l'ensemble du cycle de l'eau et tient compte des dimensions sociales, économiques et environnementales du développement durable. Notons que bien comprendre les différents rôles et besoins des personnes utilisant l'eau est essentiel s'agissant de la gestion de l'eau douce. Il en est de même pour les lois, institutions et mécanismes de gouvernance qui sont en vigueur. Ces aspects sont couverts par la stratégie gestion intégrée des ressources en eau au Cameroun, qui est au cœur.
Covered by the different strategies, and certainly when it comes to water, it is crucial to achieve general objectives. Therefore, we have initiated a reform of the water sector. We've overhauled the water and energy department. We've set up a unit for water management following watershed activities. We've reformed our law on water, and we've prepared an integrated river basin management system with the help and support of partners. Along the same lines, this global partnership has led us to follow the indicators, in particular 6.41, 6.42, i.e. the integrated management of water. We have a score of 40 out of 100 in 2022. Secure access to water. Cameroon needs a master plan, especially for rural areas. When it comes to innovation, there is technological innovation associating solar energy and water management. In terms of management, we need to make sure that local communities, decentralized collectivities are involved in the water management system. We are making great progress when it comes to implementing SDG 6. We are going, of course, to avail ourselves of the different recommendations and comments made during the meeting. I'm sure that these ideas will be very useful for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Somba, for your encouraging words and giving some insight into what is going on in water reforms in your country. I would now like to continue with Stéphane Dion, Canada's ambassador to Germany and special envoy to the European Union and Europe. Sir, you have the floor.
Distinguished co-chairs and delegates, as Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's special envoy, I thank Germany for hosting the Water Dialogues for Results as an excellent means to help accelerate implementation of SDG 6, that is, to ensure access to water and sanitation for all, the challenge of the century, quite frankly. The key messages developed through these water dialogues will be valuable to the United Nations for the 2023 midterm review of the Action Decade on Water. According to the United Nations, 2.1 billion people are lacking safely managed drinking water services. 2.3 billion people are lacking basic sanitation services. 80% of watershed is discharged without treatment. Over half of the developing world's primary schools lack access to water and sanitation facilities. Climate change impacts will make everything worse. Increasing floods, more severe droughts, higher storm surges, melting sea ice and glaciers, rising sea levels and salinization of land and water, acidification and alterations in seawater chemistry and in fisheries ecology. The OECD estimates that by 2050, 4 billion people could be living in water-scarce areas, twice as many people as today. With so many transboundary lake and river basins, it is clear that without concerted action, the SDG 6 will not be achievable. Where cooperation has been the norm in the past, water could increasingly lead to conflict in the future. We cannot accept that. Canada intends to be part of the solution as a water nation, home to a quarter of the world's fresh water supply, with the longest coastline in the world by far, inspired by the indigenous peoples in Canada, for whom water is sacred, the foundation of life, to be honored and protected for future generations. With its strong water technology and services sector, Canada offers partnership for action, including for disaster risk reduction, hydroelectric cooperation, transboundary water management experience, cooperation in transnational river basins, best practices in the conservation of water and in underground integration systems, creation of efficient irrigation systems, and soil purification and desalinization. The Government of Canada is doubling its commitment to international climate finance to $5.3 billion over 5 years, including an increase to adaptation efforts and to the use of nature to fight climate change. Canada will be a strong partner in our search for peaceful, exemplary water governance, and Canada will do so through its feminist foreign policy. Because at the end of the day, for all of our efforts to result in any real improvement, women have to be present. The burden of the water crisis falls largely to women. According to the WHO and UNICEF, women and girls are responsible for water collection in 8 out of 10 households with water off premises. This deeply affects their health, security, and economic autonomy, undermines their chances of education, and contributes to increased gender inequality. There is no hope without women. The burden of water rests unfairly on their shoulders, and so the solution lies in women. To conclude, there is no 2030 agenda without SDG 6. Building back better must include water, and Canada will be part of the solution. Thank you very much. Merci du fond du cœur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, and in particular for stressing that water should be a driver of collaboration and not a source of conflict. For our final supporting statement, we turn now to Mozambique and to one of our major group representatives. I welcome Manuel Araújo, Major of Quiliname in Mozambique and a member of the Global Executive Committee of ICLAI, Local Governments for Sustainability. Sir, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, partners, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Manuel de Araújo, the Mayor of Quelimane City in Mozambique. I am delighted to address in my capacity as a member of Global Executive Committee of ICLAI, Local Governments for Sustainability, a global network of more than 2,500 cities, towns, and regions in more than 130 countries. On behalf of ICLAI, I would like to congratulate the German Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, and Nuclear Safety, BMU, for the participatory process convened to develop the policy messages presented in this high-level conference today on water dialogues for results and acknowledge the critical role local governments play in the achievement of the targets of SDGs. As a member of the Steering Committee for the Water Dialogues, ICLAI supports, endorses, and welcomes the recommendations for accelerating cross-sectoral SDG implementation. We recognize that water will be the defining resource in our urban future and that local governments have a critical role to play in the achievement of SDG number 6. Water is linked to all of human development and well-being. Its availability is the single major natural limit to economic growth, given that all sectors are dependent on water supply. Increasingly, both local and national governments are also recognizing the importance of water for ecosystem health and functioning, the link to livelihood, and critically, the role of access to potable water for hygiene in the midst of the COVID pandemic. For each of those aspects, local and subnational governments are at the coalface. It is therefore particularly important for local government to implement more efficient water management practices. We recognize that the global water and sanitation crisis calls for an immediate global response to move away from business as usual and to promote integrated cross-sectoral action to the implementation of SDG 6 on water. Water scarcity, as well as its sustainable and nature-friendly management, is vital for any city, be it coastal or inland, but especially in Africa, where we have to be skilled in showing our resilience in challenging the impacts of climate emergency. In the city of Quelimane, we preserve our mangroves in the coastal areas against floods, and we promote locally grown sustainable food and fishery to save water, support the economy, and secure health lives. Thus, Quelimane and Ikli are a leading example, both nationally, regionally, and globally, on water, resilience, and sustainability. With more people living in cities, our future is an urban one, and it is therefore a defining moment to rethink how we manage our critical resources such as water, and we are proud to walk this journey with you. I thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have heard a number of encouraging statements embracing the messages and policy recommendations of the water dialogues we just presented today. With this support in our backs, we can now move to the final segment of the conference. We want to look ahead to those actors who will carry the messages forward and develop them further. Regions are already starting to get ready for 2023. Conferences, as we heard from AMCAO, another example is Asia. The first regional preparatory meeting for the Asia Pacific was co-hosted a week ago by Singapore and Tajikistan. On the sidelines of the Singapore International Water Week 2021, it brought together participants from governments, the private sector, international organizations, and other stakeholders from the Asia Pacific region. The meeting focused on how partnerships can serve as a key enabler to build water resilience, security, and sustainability, thereby enhancing the value of water for all. A summary of the discussions will serve as the region's input to the conference on the midterm review in March 2023 and the Düsseldorf Water Conference, Decade Conference in June 2022. On a global level, today's conference won't be the only preparatory conference for 2023. From now until March 2023, there will be a number of crucial high-level events that will help us to shape the dialogue for the 2023 midterm review of the Water Action Decade. It is now my pleasure to invite João Pedro Matos Fernandes, the Minister for Environment and Energy Transition of Portugal, as the first speaker to give us a glimpse on the high-level symposium on water planned for 2022. The floor is yours, Minister.
Dear participants in these water dialogues, it is really a pleasure to be here with you, stimulating the debate and pushing for more concrete actions towards the accomplishing of SDG 6. In 2015, we committed to ensure, by 2030, the availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. By that time, we were aware of the magnitude of the challenge, as we were convinced that without assuring access to clean and affordable drinking water and sanitation for all, we will not succeed in reaching sustainable development. The COVID-19 pandemic showed even more clearly the relevance of clean water and sanitation for public health and ecosystem protection, and attracted increased attention to the inequalities in our access to these resources. It is, therefore, urgent and needed to call for stronger investment and international cooperation on water, sanitation and hygiene, with a human rights-based approach and having in mind the impacts of climate change on water resources availability. The access to safe drinking water and sanitation are human rights, which we must protect and promote actively, even in a context of increased water scarcity. All the reports that are being released point to how far we are from reaching these goals, and let us be a very clear message. We need to accelerate. We need now new efforts if we want to succeed, and the best way to do it is answering the interconnections between the SDG 6 and other SDGs. That was our purpose when we decided to organize back-to-back with the UN Oceans Conference in 2022 in the context of the UN Water Decade, a high-level symposium on water in Lisbon. This high-level event, now scheduled for July 2022, will allow us to break silos between freshwater and saltwater communities and will contribute to a closer look at the interrelation between SDG 6 and SDG 14 in a one water approach that is crucial to understand the whole water cycle. Portugal, as a coastal country with a Mediterranean climate, is already facing the impacts of climate change, especially on water resources, and we are fully aware of the role oceans can have in combating climate change. On the other hand, our experience makes it all very clear that droughts and scarcity, as well as efficiency, reuse, adaptation, transboundary cooperation, and good governance are concepts that we cannot avoid if we want to assure our development in respecting our planet's boundaries and answering to our people's needs. Aligned with this vision, we are designing a meaningful high-level symposium as a contribution for the Water Decade goals and objectives and for the preparation process of the UN Water Conference. Distinguished participants, we must be clear. To fail on water and sanitation is to fail on the 2030 agenda. We do count with your involvement and participation to make the 2022 High-Level Symposium on Water a remarkable event, foster our commitments towards 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Fernandez, for your clear words, and in particular for highlighting the important interlinkages between the management of freshwater and oceans. We now turn to Asia again, and I would like to welcome Mr. Kunihiro Yamada, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Land Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism of Japan, to give us an outlook towards the Asia-Pacific Water Summit in Japan. Sir, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, distinguished delegates, it's my great pleasure to deliver this speech for such an honorable occasion. COVID-19 has reminded us of the importance of water, sanitation, and hygiene. We are less than a decade away from achieving the SDGs, but our progress leaves much to be desired. Recovering from the pandemic is a challenge that we all share. Even during the fight against the pandemic, the threat of water-related disasters remains imminent. It is high time for all of us to take necessary actions for climate change adaptation as well. In Japan, we are tackling now addressing this urgent issue. We are reviewing flood control plans of main rivers by reflecting the estimation of increases in heavy rain by 2100 based on the latest scientific knowledge. We will increase the budget for flood control projects for protection against water-related disasters. In addition to that, we amended the related laws this April to take every possible actions throughout river basins towards water-related disaster risk reduction. by mobilizing all the stakeholders, national and local governments and private sectors, and by utilizing all the resources, existing storage facilities, and strengthening the function of forests and agricultural lands to suppress outflow. We are working on disaster risk reduction and national resilience. We are making preventive measures to reduce risks of damages from catastrophic disasters. Furthermore, in case damages occur, we have a plan that combines early recovery and build back better to construct more resilient communities. As such, we have been working on building a society where disaster risk reduction is in the mainstream. For this goal, we have been accumulating data that contributes to the reduction of human and economic damages, such as disaster risk information and current situation of infrastructure. We have also been reinforcing governance by assessing investment effects. As we look towards the UN conferences in 2023 for the midterm review on water action decades, Japan would like to share our experiences and knowledge that is indispensable for achieving water-related SDGs. Not only SDG 6, but also water-related disaster risk reduction through various opportunities such as the high-level political forum this month and at the 4th Asia-Pacific Water Summit in April 2022. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Minister Yamada, for this outlook towards the Asia-Pacific Water Summit in your country and linking our discussions today to the issue of disaster risk reduction. We stay in Asia, but a bit more to the center, and it's my pleasure now to give the word to Mr. Sultan Ramisoda, the co-chair of the International Steering Committee of the Dushanbe Conference taking place in Tajikistan 2022, and also member of our Water Dialogue Steering Committee. The floor is yours, Sultan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Thomas, for giving this opportunity to briefly inform about the Dushanbe Water Conference, the participants of the Bonn Dialogue, and the importance of the Dushanbe Conference as a link between the Bonn Dialogue and the UN Water Conference in 2023. Excellencies, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, International Decade for Action Water for Sustainable Development had been initiated by the President of the Republic of Tajikistan, His Excellency Mr. Emomali Rahmon, in 2015 during the 7th World Water Forum. As you know, UNGA adopted a special resolution on it in 2016. The government of the Republic of Tajikistan, as initiator of this resolution, is committed to provide a platform for policy dialogue, partnership, and actions to contribute to successful implementation of the goals and objectives of the decade, and therefore decided to host the high-level international conferences throughout the decade, biennially establishing the so-called Dushanbe Water Process. The first high-level international conference in this regard had been organized in June 2018 in Dushanbe. The second Dushanbe High-Level Water Decade Conference has been postponed because of COVID-19 and now is planned for the summer of 2022. Meantime, as you know, the UNG adopted a resolution on the modalities of the UN Conference on the Midterm Comprehensive Review of Water Decade, where the Dushanbe 2022 conference is mentioned as a main preparatory meeting for this important international gathering to be held in 2023 under the UN umbrella. To facilitate transparent, inclusive, and participative preparation, as well as to develop a comprehensive program and outcome documents of the Dushanbe Conference, an international advisory committee had been established. The committee is being co-chaired by Tajikistan and the World Bank and includes the representatives of the governments, UN entities, financial institutions, civil societies, and other stakeholders from all the regions of the world, different sectors and stakeholders in a gender-balanced manner. The International Steering Committee of the Group of Friends of Water in New York are also engaged in the preparation of the Dushanbe Conference through its regular meetings convened by the permanent missions to the United Nations. The second Dushanbe Water Decade Conference will focus on the ways how the governments, the UN entities, other stakeholders can catalyze water action and partnership to contribute to the implementation of water-related goals and targets of the 2030 Development Agenda and other internationally agreed water-related goals at all levels. The conference also will address the key role of water, sanitation and hygiene in addressing the COVID-19 sanitary crisis, as well as critical interlinkage between water and climate change. The conference is multi-stakeholder in nature and will bring together different groups and actors involved in the implementation of water-related goals and targets. The outcomes of the Dushanbe Conference will be presented to the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, and other relevant fora. Of course, as it is mentioned in the UNGA resolution, they will significantly contribute also to the midterm comprehensive review of the Water Action Decade in 2023, to be co-hosted by Tajikistan and the Netherlands. The outcomes of the Bonn high-level dialogues will definitely enrich the preparatory process of the Dushanbe Water Conference and make a valuable input to its outcomes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sultan, for giving us an insight into the preparatory process and also the objectives of the Dushanbe Conference, which is planned for summer next year in Tajikistan. For our final contribution today, we now move again to Africa, and I would like to welcome Mr. Abdoulaye Sene, Executive Secretary of the 9th World Water Forum, which is going to take place in March next year in Dakar, Senegal. Dear Abdoulaye, you have the floor.
Merci bien, mesdames.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I wanted to congratulate the German authorities and thank them for involving us in this most important meeting. The process of water dialogues for results 2021 with the cross-sector approach to the achievement of DD6 is fully in line with the 9th World Water Forum, which will be hosted by Senegal in March 2020, with as a main topic water security for peace and development. Senegal's ambition and the World Council's ambition is to be efficient from the social and political point of view. We also want to take into account the emerging challenges of the COVID-19 crisis. We want to act as a catalyst, and we want to make sure that the African continent is able to meet the challenges of access to water. We shall be dealing with the challenges of resilience, and we will take into account the necessary social and economic development, but also we will want to preserve the natural environments. This forum will also be linked with the international agenda on the SDGs, the agreement on natural disasters, the Paris Agreement, and the 2063 Africa Development Agenda. The outcome of the Bonn Water Dialogues will also fertilize the Dakar Water Forum 2022, which will be based on a multi-stakeholder process, which will be departitioned and inclusive, with all the stakeholders who will be having discussions in working groups around 4 priorities: water security and sanitation, cooperation, water for rural developments, and tools and means such as governance and financing. Second, we'll have a summit of heads of states and international institutions, the outcome of which should also feed into the UN process, among which the midterm review 2023 conference. Thirdly, the implementation of the 2022 Dakar initiative, which will be promoting relevant projects with short-term results and sustainable impacts. Finally, I would also like to thank all our partners, the commitment and support of whom are a good sign for the Dakar World Water Forum to be successful. So, in the prospect of a successful 9th World Water Forum in Senegal, I invite you to be present and be involved so that we can have a solidarity-based and resilient development and a sustainable peace based on water. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Abdullah Sene, for your invitation to Dakar, and we certainly look forward to the World Water Forum in your country. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, with this we have come to the end of today's conference. I would like to thank all speakers, contributors, and of course the audience for the attention and for the patience. I would also like to thank wholeheartedly the interpreters and the many behind the scenes who made this conference possible. I would like to invite you all to support the key messages and recommendations through the Water Dialogues website and going forward towards the midterm review in 2023. Only if we join hands beyond the boundaries of individual SDGs, countries and sectors, we will achieve the progress we need for sustainable development for all. Together, we will work jointly to ensure that our ambition to accelerate cross-sectoral action towards reaching SDG 6 becomes a reality. In the name of the German Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety, and on behalf of the German government, as well as the steering committee of the Water Dialogues, I would like to thank you again and wish you all the best. Stay healthy and stay safe. Thank you very much.